Good morning and welcome everyone. We're playing the final class, Barbarian. I did not plan to actually do it, but popular demand forced my hand. Chat was like, you do this right now or we're gonna hunt you down. So here we are playing the Pirate Queen. I guess that's what we're gonna call her. And we're gonna lunging strike her up all the way to 60 in the fastest way possible. Chippy, good to see you there. Wonderful. Good morning. Let's get the life split rolling. Rogue to 2 hours and 46 minutes. Now I wonder if Barbarian can beat that. Silvio, pleasure. Howdy to you. What we're going to do different with Barb is I equip myself with a CRC rune for the 5 skills into Companions and also the mobility skills into Earthquake. These are 2 runes that you can get early. I feel like the Barbarian is something no one will start with, so I don't feel bad about adding a little bit bonus sponge to make it more fun. We're not going to push Sorceress, Chippy, we're going to push the Druid. And that has many reasons, and the main reason is that the Druid is just way more fun to play. Let's get the timer started with our standard thing you need to do, aka talk to Bryona. Now we're going to jam our points into Lunging Strike, because Lunging Strike is the thing we're going to play. 1, 2, 3. And we will go for the... See that I get everything correct. Yep. We'll go for the Ground Stomp together with that. The Shout together with this. We get the standard, that's right click, Ground Stomp comes on 5, Shout comes on 3, and on we go. Now we also have to put on Disintegrate though, because again, Disintegrate is just the best beam to play. Together with Lightning, we're going to take Movement Speed, we're going to take Unstoppable, so we never get stopped, and we don't actually need Reactive Ooze, so we could take Sharpening Gizmo, where there's a lucky hit chance to do more damage. Before we hit 90s in 2 minutes now, that's crazy. Done with Rogue Solito. Well, we brought Rogue to Torment 4, my friend. And now in order to bring Rogue further, it's triple masterwork time. So I usually bring classes all the way to where the only way to keep advancing is triple masterworks. I have incredible gear, so I only need to slam more mythics. That's true. Thank you very much for reminding me. And after slamming more mythics, I would obviously then be able to push further. And I also can then like triple masterwork, but I don't want to triple masterwork, right? So Solito, that's how far we play. You want to push some pits in the weekend with our druids. I will have to fully flash out the druid first, Silvio, and then we'll see what the exact plan is. I mean, step 1 is going to be, I want to like fully masterwork the druid to see like, if I could hit some of the double masterworks, some of the triple masterworks, right? To make it truly something menacing. Okay. So now we're making earthquakes. We're summoning wolves. And the main goal will be just holding down our lunging strike. Right? Wonder if it can be faster than the Rogue, because Rogue is truly something extraordinary with how Rogue plays. But I get the earthquakes and everything, so it's going to be intriguing to see that. So we get the Shroud. Brings us to the next Shroud, into this. Okay. The 2 Shrouds. On movement speed. How to remove the damage text, you go under gameplay and then you just turn off any damage text. I highly recommend usually turning off the damage text as they're just really annoying. I personally don't actually like to see much of the damage log. So it's only activated on my side when I need to benchmark builds, right? When I need to test if the build is doing the damage that I suspect it to deal. And then I just have the combat text on, but otherwise I'll always deactivate it. It's just very unhelpful and annoying to look at. And it actually makes your brain tired, right? And who wants their brain to be tired? Let's get that one fully leveled. And we get, like, we'll take the bonus movement speed for now, right? More movement speed, more better. Oh my goodness. It's like when you press the reliquary key accidentally and like he just and like puts you into five under windows, like you have a hard time leaving again. Wondering what just happened. I can see how Dance of Knives will definitely be superior in the long run still, because Dance of Knives just hit everyone, right? Whereas with the Barbarian skill, like I still hit people, but it's more like I hit people in like a frame of existence. So, right? I might be doing these earthquakes, I might be hurting things, but I'm not like hitting the whole room with my turnarounds. That's still working fine-ish, I guess. And I like that we're playing the runes. So again, this is the first time I actually do runes for leveling this season, because I felt like for the Barbarian it would be funnier to use them. I wonder if with a Barb we should try out a higher difficulty, because the Barb is like the Druid. The Druid was also leveling on hard because the Druid had such a high damage output that it was possible to just level him on hard without like a single issue. So I wonder if the Barb is under the same, like as the Barb actually does tons of damage, right? So we'll probably try to get like the basic equipment going, and then we'll just swap over to a harder difficulty. Let's extend the shout duration. Shouts are just lasting longer. Love your videos. Well, thank you very much. I enjoy making my videos. Happy you're liking them. We gotta look out that we're not replacing our chest pieces right now because they have the runes in it, and I really don't want to like replace these two consistently at all the time. Make map, right click Karagar as our point of interest. I got 422k Opticide and nothing to masterwork. That's amazing. Lunging Barb, yes, for leveling and probably for the end game too. I was looking at other Barb opportunities, like is there a Flay Barb? Is there a Rupture Barb? Is there any other Barb you could play? No. This season, it is Lunging Strike Barbarian, and I find that personally not the most exciting thing to do. But yeah, what can I do, right? I might not personally find it the most exciting thing, but it is the Barb to play this season, so I'll go through with it despite not being the most excited to play this, right? Into the Helltide right away. How much time do we have? 8 minutes. Oh shit, 8 minutes only. Not as bad as it is. Whirlwind build after the patch, the buffs are not significant enough. I mean, we're you know, you're talking about needing a build that does billions and billions and billions of damage. And the thing with the Whirlwind build is Whirlwind never did the damage. Even with the update to Gore's Cribs, Whirlwind never did the damage, right? The damage has always, in the Whirlwind build, come from the Dust Devils or the Earthquakes. So a Whirlwind build, per se, is just simply not possible. I have one hard. Okay, that's shit. How do I have one hard? Need to quickly get enough to open like another chest. Get another hard. I don't like it here, Mr. Stark. The moment you have used up all your hearts for all the shebangs outside. New season has problems with RAM usage. There seems to be every now... Oh, someone the lady. Let's go. Let's run. There seems to be some issues with RAM usage, yes. I've seen many people struggle. Every now and then, like me too, despite having a PC that has no reason to ever struggle, right? Is that like Upheaval Barb or something like that ain't like popping? That would have been really funny. More movement speed. Is more good. do you think? Like, Barbarian is probably looking more like Spiritborn at 3 hours and somewhat minutes. But I can get leap, can't I? I could get leap early to try to weasel out some jumps over things. Potentially. Probably. I need to get 2 chests open. Actually, I need to get 3 chests open in no time, and I don't think we will get that done. Okay, we're not really much behind the curve. That's good. The earthquakes are helping. Good to see it. Ooh, thank you for all the cinder. Okay, 2 should be possible. 3 is gonna be somewhat clutch on the end side. Have to get that one up there. The other one preferably too. Barb is good in the beginning, but hard to get the damage output. This is why we do the level streams, because what I want to know is how's the power curve. I want to actually make a tier list for the chat, and that tier list contains not the standard things. Like, you know how people do in their tier list, like, this is the best build because it does the highest pit tier. That's like the worst tier list you could ever make, right? Like, the interesting part is, how's the power curve? How easy do you get in Torment 1? How hard is it to actually scale the build, right? Is it like a triple masterwork scaling? Is it just getting greater affixes? Like, what do you need to do to get to the build, like, to the next level? So we're planning to do a tier list, like, with these things, like where we go down on the metrics that matter for the casual player, not the metrics that matter for the people that have no life anyways. And I'm really excited, like, to kind of put this together. But for that, we need to finalize the Barbarian as well, to have seen how the actual power curve is, right? Because right now I just know that Barb falls off later. It's like probably a bit like Rogue. So Rogue is really strong, but, and that's very important, Rogue has its issues with then Oh wait, actually, Rogue has its issues with meaningful scaling further. So like pit 75, yep, no problem. But then going further than pit 75, significant investment, right? And that's something like the others don't have, like where it's just like maybe less power scaling in the beginning, but way easier power scaling later on. I think these are very important metrics to look at. And Druid, did you already do Druid and I missed it? Yes, Druid is already done against him, but Druid is also the one that we're actually planning to max out this season. So for Druid, we are actually planning to do a stream, but we fully push Druid to the next level. So we're talking about getting like the most out of everything for Druid. Ergo, like fully masterwork, like core skills, the greater affix to pulverize, that kind of stuff, right? So the actual build maxing out vibes, that's what I would like to achieve with Druid. Come on, one more minute to pull together enough cinder. Nice, come on. Need to open any chest. Any chest, any percentage. What's my plan for Druid? Well, that's good with a helmet, because now I can put on a chest piece. And say screw it. Okay, we almost get this one done. That's fantastic. I mean, if I had Helltide dudes, that would be better. But we can actually go down there to harvest modes really quickly. Can't seem to reach past pit 85 with Shadow Dot Bloodwave Necro. Shadow Dot Bloodwave Necro. It's a lot of masterworks needed, and aspects very good, Solido, and I do believe to, yeah, you want to have the mythics, to be honest. I had an easier time with Shadow Blight crit Necro than with Bloodwave. With Bloodwave Shadow Necro, yeah. Do you think Hoda will be more playable? Nope, Adrian. The actual buffs to the skills are by no means significant enough to allow you to play like Hoda and some of the other builds. I wish it was like that, but like for example, in the Necromancer's case, in order to make the any of the core skills viable, you would need to 10 times the damage of the core skills. Like right now, core skills are getting like 50% bonus, right? Well, 50% bonus is nice, don't get me wrong. But in order to like even remotely compete with stuff in the end game right now, we don't need 50% more. We need like 200% more. And even 200% more might actually not be enough. And that's crazy to say, right? Like imagine giving a skill 200% more damage and then saying, well, so you know, after you get a 200% more damage, you can still not compete. Great. Sylvia, we can see. I'm not sure what we're doing on the weekend. I mean, right now the plans are for the next 3 days. So I cannot entirely tell you how the weekend plans are doing and what is set up for the weekend. Okay. Chaos. Chaos is always good because it might provide us with weapons. Right? Good, that is done. I forgot to pick up the waypoint, so I'm a bit annoyed by myself. I really miss Hoda and I miss patch notes. Yep. You gotta be aware at this point that Diablo wants you to play certain days, certain builds every season. And they simply don't want you to play Hoda right now. So Hoda will probably receive then an overhaul or a new pathing over the uniques that make Hoda great, and then and then you see something Hoda related, right? But until you actually notice that they do something in that direction, like Hoda will not be great again. I don't think that before the expansion hits, and I know this might be a crazy prediction, but I don't believe that before the expansion hits, we're gonna get a meaningful rework of the core skills, because as it stands, random prediction. Like they said they want to rework the skill system at some point. That would mean also reworking the core skills and making them somehow different, right? So the assumption is and stays that then at a given point we would be like, you know, getting a vastly like different way how skills are done than they're done right now. So yeah. Harsh to expect them to then like do something now about the skills, right? There's so many elites here. I feel like I should kill them. Dunzo. So I recently started streaming, mainly Diablo and Warzone, but other games also. Can you give me a few pointers to get more views? Well, you won't get views by streaming. Surprise, who would have guessed? So how do you get more views as a content creator? You get more views by making meaningful content that people would like to watch. Ergo, if you do a live stream on YouTube, you gotta make a compelling thumbnail that explains what's roughly happening in that live stream. And then also do what actually is in the thumbnail in that live stream. Okay? So not saying I'm playing Sork today in your thumbnail and then you play Barb and people are like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But also actual making either shorts, TikToks, or YouTube videos that then pull people to your live content. Otherwise, you will see no growth. That sounds like the most generic tip ever, and that's because it is the most generic tip ever, but that's also because it's the only right tip. As crazy as it sounds, right? There's no secret path to success. I mean, you could also suck up to a bigger streamer and have him just carry you piggyback right to success. That's also a standard generic tip, right? That some could follow. Okay, we need to get to 20 with only like a maximum 10-minute difference to the time from last season, and then we're fast. Greater collection of 200 weapons. Whirlwind Bar viable this season. They heavily nerfed all the fun when it comes down to Whirlwind. Oni Tech. Cersei. And this one is back up too. Let's go. Just saw your Spiritborn build for Belden's Max Ladle, but I'm playing the Evade Stormfeather build. Does Stormfeather trigger the effect? I don't know, Michael. I don't know. I have focused on the... Come on, Brain Saiyan. I have focused on the version that we were playing. Not on what to do with the Eagle-related skills. Evade Spiritborn is also doing fine-ish. So it's not doomed for failure. Right? You can totally play Evade Spiritborn if that is what you would like to do. I hate this event. Either you're cheesing it fully or it's like gonna run his due course. Seeing how you easily level Barb, I need better runes. No, the runes I have here are standard magic runes. They are also not really responsible for the easy leveling. What's responsible for the easy leveling is the power. So we're using the disintegrate power, and the disintegrate power, that's what makes the leveling so flawless. Because the disintegrate power is 90% of my damage right now. Like, see, my actual hits, they also do damage. My runes, they contribute to the damage. But the real power is from the disintegrate to just, like, absolutely beam and everything to death. Especially when it comes down to bosses. Now, you could say, hey, Pony, you could probably go for a harder difficulty. And you're not completely wrong about that, but you're also not completely right. Because as I could go for a harder difficulty, everything would also marginally take longer and not really be much worth it. So I'd rather take like the power sphere grounded to me to just speed the process up of what I'm doing. Isn't the new patch coming out tonight? There's a new patch coming out tonight, yes, but the only meaningful buff from the whole patch, and no matter what a content creator tried to tell you, the only actual real meaningful patch note, or the thing to note in that patch is that they fixed the bugs. So they're fixing some of the Opticide abuse farm bugs and so on. And then on top of the actual fix of the bugs, they're also buffing Pulverize by 25% bonus damage. So those are the two meaningful changes. Yay. Right? Favorite class this season, Druid. Like, Sorg was super fun, don't get me wrong. I love the Sorg. I had my share of a good time with it. But the actual, like, the stupidity that Druid is this season is unmatched. That's also why Druid is my choice for maxing out. So I will take Druid to like, I will invest most time into Druid this season to just see how far I can truly take the Druid. All the other classes are fun, but Druid is just stupid. Oh, would you look at that? We got an amulet. Can I, from the very beginning on, like, just here put in? I only have the hammer expertise. I don't think with my last Barbarian I actually cared for leveling the expertise up fully. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Someone is almost done with this event, so I guess I'll just quickly participate and help. Surely. You would need my support. Rare Druid is actually so good. It has a lot to do with Druid having such a fun gameplay loop, right? So that would make Druid so unique this season, that the gameplay loop is just adorable as hell. So great to play. Another better chest piece. Great. That's why I don't like to use runes while leveling, because you're kind of like forced to continuously replenish them, and then you need to replenish them, and then you need to replenish them. So it's like, oh, is that even worth it, right? Do you even want to mess with that? You have to, like, at every corner look out that you actually put the runes in. And who wants to do that? Baby Goat made the season, dude. Baby Goat Pad is S tier. Girl of our Baby Goat. Let's check out, is it double Hell Tide? No, it's not double Hell Tide. I got robbed, chat. Double Hell Tide robbery. Don't have the key passive yet, so let's do this. Which build is OP? Pulverize. Boulder is still very good. Absolutely. But Boulder is sadly nerfed due to the overpower nerf. So as good as it is, overpower nerf struck in. We should, now that we did this, we need to teleport back to Karigar. Very important, because we need to do the wisdom. Right? Hand of Nas is great. Hand of Nas is beautiful. Like, see, Hand of Nas is for one of the reasons an absolutely top tier build, and you know why? Because it is so easy and fun to play, right? Things that are easy and fun to play, that's like what you're looking for. You're looking for builds that are accessible, builds that you can play without breaking your backs, builds that you can scale, builds that make sense to scale, especially, right? You need to look at the build and you'd be like, okay, I know exactly what I need to do to get more damage out of the build, because it's just so apparent. And that's where Hand of Nas, for example, comes in, as the Hydras come in. They just make sense, right? It's like, okay, Hydra, I get more Hydra heads, I do more damage. Hand of Nas, I get more mage ranks damage, and so on, right? Pulverize, I get more ranks to pulverize. It's all like, it makes sense. And then you play Spiritborn and it says, okay, Mystic Circle potency, Jaguar Mystic Circle, Jaguar Spirit Hall potency temper. Like, right? You're like, what is this? Triple masterwork. Like, okay, but what if no? We go a bit further through the dungeon because we can get the XP blips. As long as the XP blips keep dropping, we'll keep pushing. More XP blips. Hand of Nas or Shadow Dawn? Depends on what you want to do. I mean, the biggest disadvantage of Summoner will always be that you have to watch your minions do minion stuff while you can't influence what your minions do, right? So that you have no targeted damage that you can so influence. A lot of people don't like that. Rightfully though, because who does like to not have any control over their actual damage? Because they need to wait for mages to maybe hit where you want them to hit. Okay, that was quick. We like to see that. The big issue. Necro needs better minion AI. No, Necro needs any kind of targeting for minions. Any kind. So like at this point, Blizzard also accepted, by the way, I have good news for you, chat, I guess. Blizzard accepted that minion need AI, minion need a targeting, way of targeting, a targeting skill, anything. Like the question is not that minion need a targeting skill. The question at this point is how are they going to do it? Okay, in the long run. So Blizzard definitely accepted it. That's a good step, right? That's step number one. Get Blizzard to accept that we need a targeting skill, that there's no way we can play any longer without a targeting skill. So that was always step one, right? To convince Blizzard that, like, please, for the love of God, you need something, right? We don't want any longer to not be able to get them, right? So step one is the hardest step in this case. And now the developers need to figure out how do they want to then pull step one through. But that's out of our hands now, right? We could convince them, like we did our work as the creators. We pushed, we yelled, we cried, we moaned until we finally had them relent. So that's fantastic, I think. Everyone like cheer. Good morning, King Fats. Good to see you there. Are they doing a complete rework in the expansion? That's like, again, there's this ongoing meme that Diablo will finally be good in 2-3 seasons. But like, as much as it's a meme is also the truth, because obviously the expansion will bring significant reworks. The expansion will bring changes to the game again. And then after the expansion is through, they can also then continue doing like more stuff again with the systems they put new in. So yeah, that's kind of like, yeah, so like the game will get better down the line. Another expansion, another $80. The last expansion was $40 in case you missed it, or you're not aware anymore, like, or some creator told you that it was $80. Last expansion was 40. So yes, there's a expansion coming. It was always coming, in case you are not aware. Oh, I like this boss. It looked always so good. It was like this weird priestess. It's like a bit sad that they haven't like put more of these Nahantu bosses over into Sanctuary, because at the end of the day, you're still spending more time in Sanctuary than in Nahantu regions. So I kind of feel like, you know, it would be time to have some of these things just slightly slab over to the other side of the world. It'd be nice. I have no expectations, so no room for disappointment. Oh, me neither, sir. It comes what comes, but it's good to, like... It's good to see Diablo actively improving. I mean, some people still don't feel like Diablo's doing enough, but I'd rather have them do baby steps than no steps at all, right? And I'm saying that as someone who's played PUBG for years and has seen a developer squander everything, all their success, and lose to Fortnite. I mean, like, right, I played that cool adult game, the coolest battle royale called PUBG, and I saw them lose to Fortnite live because the developers were inept to do what they needed to do to keep up. And still find success, right? I'm being mean to PUBG again, right? Every single time, chat. You dead? Not enough hell tides in a Hunter for sure. Absolutely. I feel like with the swap, there should always be a hell tide in a Hunter. Sorry. Right? Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe this is unreasonable, but I feel like like when the hell tide refreshes, there should be a hell tide in a Hantu. Then the hell tide refreshes, there should be double hell tide. I don't like, I bought the expansion. I have the expansion. I want to have the benefits of the expansion, right? Maybe I'm being greedy. Maybe I want too much, but I'm sorry. Just give me always double hell tide. Okay. We're working here on Unconstrained, right? To have our Berserker go super Berserking. I don't seem like, so there are no problems with the minion AI. It's just simply not having any targeting or any control. Like, you don't have control, and not having control is one of the worst feelings in a game, right? You have an army of minions, and the only thing you can do is you can watch those shitters be the shitters they are, and that's about it. There's no active involvement of you in your build. Like, you can't even, like, the only thing you can do is pretty much you can, like, raise a corpse every 8 seconds to give them a 50% damage multiplier. Yay. Kinda unexciting. Do I need runes for this build to be good? No, the only reason I'm using runes for leveling today is because no one this season will level Barb as their first character. That would be unreasonable. If you actually level Barb as your first character this season, I don't know what you're doing. Okay? I need answers. Why your behavior is so weird. Why do you do this event, Masku? 3 whispers. So this event gives me 3 whispers. It's 3 favors that I can hand in the favors at the tier of whispers for a massive XP boost. Like, the PvP event is just the easiest to do. You kill the boss, 5 favors, and then you do the event another 3. That's 8 favors. That's only 2 missing for a whisper, and that is a massive boost in XP, equipment, everything. Did you turn on up the volume on your stream videos? I mean, like, the volume is actually very loud in comparison. Like, I mean, you can crank that YouTube bar all the way up. My audio should be fairly balanced to be able to listen at any volume. Did you enjoy Sork? I had a lot of fun with Sork. It's silly strong, has an amazing power curve. And I'm super happy to finally have a summoner Sork that's not Lightning Spear. Because, I mean, Lightning Spear doesn't really feel like a summon, despite counting as a summon, right? So yeah, I just love that we have that. So that makes me very happy. That being said, I just enjoy Druid more this season. It's just more fun, stronger, cooler. The Van Helsing Transmog, yep. There's this season's like premium transmog jiggy majiggy, so I was like, let's run around with it. Are events better for leveling? Not necessarily. I just do the events I like doing. So this one I know has a lot of monsters spawning, so I do it. Others don't have that many monsters spawning, so I don't do them. Like, you gotta pretty much decide what you think is gonna give you the most benefits. Like, also, let's not forget that these events provide obols, and these events provide cinders at the end of the event. So I do the ones that, like, are worthy. For example, the one where you have to stand on the pillars to have, like, the blood run down and then do things. That one is shit, because you can't speed it up. Right? You have to stand on these pillars. You have to wait until the blood runs down those pillars, and then you're good. But that's it, right? You can't do anything like to make this go somewhat faster. And then there are other events that, like, with your Horadric power, you can pretty much cheese because you're instant killing whoever is there. That's nice. There's, for example, that event where 2 priests will worship a construct, whatever, and then you kill the priest, and the construct instantly dies to your power. I want to try seasonal character. What class should I pick? If you want to try a seasonal character random, first and foremost, you should, like, do you have all your renown done? So step number 1, make sure that all your renown is done here, that these are fully maxed out, because they give you permanent more skill points, more stats, more everything. So you have to make sure that that is done, because otherwise your seasonal character does not have these bonuses. Okay, so just as a little FYI. Make sure this is fully knocked out. But it looks boring. I mean, this is leveling, sir. If you don't already enjoy leveling, then you might as well not enjoy Diablo at all. This is a Lunging Strike build, where we Lunging Strike around. as a gap closer, which makes my life very easy. And then we laser beam them to death with our disintegrate beam. See, for example, this event here was a very quick event where I don't really have to pay that much attention and I just get through. Very nice. Okay, I need to open some more chests. Also, down here is usually like tons of elites, like unreasonable actually. I hate like the Helltide next to Curvichat because the Helltide next to Curvichat is usually a very sad one. My phone regadagadanged. Could be the waifu. So final plan of this build. Well, so we're going to start with Lunging Strike and we're going to end with Lunging Strike because Lunging Strike is the build to play this season. What I don't know yet is which uniques to pick to make it work. I will need the Hooves of the Mountain God. I probably will need the Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets, so I'll be having to figure out these kind of things. But I'm pretty sure I kept some Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets already in my box of riches, so that should be relatively easy. My main one with Barbarian this season is not like... Oh my goodness. I'm always being called by a number from like East Germany that I don't know wants what for me. You want to sell me socks or something? Probably socks. Oh, we get everything done. Nope, here. More. Okay, who was the WhatsApp? Oh, my wife saying she's gonzo. I'll have to see which pieces to pick up. I didn't really spoil myself on how the builds work, right? Gonna have to figure things out on the fly. Leveling is pretty straightforward with Barb so far. Whoop! I like that we have a travel skill. I would prefer upheaval leveling though, because I like how upheaval was exploding everything always. That was kind of funny. Really like that. Barbarian is not dead. Barbarian is dead. But you can still play it. You can still enjoy it. I mean, it's not like the strongest this season, but for example, Rogue, okay? So Rogue is also not considered S tier, but I think that's wrong. Because you pick up Rogue, you give the Rogue Azure Wrath and your Lucky Hit Chance gloves, and you instantly jump into Torment 4. So Rogue might not be the strongest in terms of high pit finishes, but it is one of the most fun to play in terms of power curve. And again, that is a metric I find extremely important. Because most people are not hunting pit 100. Most people are looking for a fun power curve. I mean, most people started hating Spiritborn because Spiritborn has a shitty power curve. Rightfully though. The power curve is atrocious, so it's no fun to play, despite being the S tier build. And yet people will tell you that it's the best build this season. And I heavily disagree. You're not necessarily wrong. But you're also not necessarily right from the eyes of the casual player. We should be able to get like enough cinder for one more chest and then we're Gucci here. We plan to transition to hard difficulty. I'm not sure if we are going to, but if we are going to, it's probably going to be around after level 15. I tend to stay normal for the grind of the strongholds, as there's like nothing gained by swapping over to a harder difficulty for the strongholds. Like literally nothing. Okay, we get all of this knocked out. Oh, what could I do now? I could go Curist. Oh no, I could do this. That's actually really good. Because they have like 3 whispers in a high density area. I like belt builds for the Barb the most. Me too! Glut builds are the most fun. You can do pit 100 or somewhere with the barb. Yeah, but you can't. So yes, Rogue can do pit 100 too, and Barb could also technically do pit 100. But let's be real, that's a big technically, because the reality is more that in order to actually do a pit 100 with a Barb and to do a pit 100 with a Rogue, we're also talking about perfect masterworks again, right? So yes, you like from a technicality standpoint, you're able to do it. But the process to get there, to get to that pit 100 is no fun. And just this morning, I saw a video about like how you can perma teleport around with Sorceress, and the video started with you need a triple masterwork here and you need a triple masterwork there, and I was like, cool, but not interested. Right? Like, hey, nice. So like, I only have to stop having fun to then later start having fun if I then actually manage to get it done, right? Yeah, perfect masterworks and high gear requirements does not make builds good. What's the point of doing strongholds? During leveling, doing strongholds is an easy XP boost. The easiest XP boost, to be honest. Because as you level, as you do strongholds, like one stronghold completion with level up to level 45 is one whole level. Afterwards, it's a half level. So you do strongholds because they are just efficient. I mean, some strongholds take 2 to 4 minutes, and you get a full level for 2 to 4 minutes of effort. Right? Some strongholds are longer. They're a bit tedious, but even the tedious ones are more efficient than anything else because you can't later get that much experience from normal activities. Right? Good, that was world event number 1. So that's one of my least favorite whispers. Like, gotta do 3 world events to get that whisper. Never liked that one particularly. No point in doing them in in-game. If you're already level 60, no, you don't do strongholds anymore. Strongholds are clearly a leveling strategy, and that's about it. I'm not sure if Blizzard ever plans to revamp the strongholds. On the one hand, I hope they do something with the strongholds. On the other hand, I don't, because like strongholds are, they're just what they are at this point, right? They are a method to speed up your leveling, and that's about it. Could they fill a better role? Yes, but I don't want a season of the strongholds, right? I mean, like, strongholds are perfectly balanced and they're fantastic because I really, 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 really don't want a season of the strongholds. Right? I don't think anyone wants a season of the strongholds. Spiritborn class quest takes forever. Once you're done with your class quest, you never have to do them ever again, just in case you missed that. To get it knocked out and then never do it again. Can I jump down there? Oh, I'm so sad. Teleport would have let me. Surely. The problem is they still annoy you with the class quest being available as the priority quest. Dude, makes no sense, right? Makes no sense. Are you using tempers? No, not at all. I mean, like, tempers for leveling is... try hard. I mean, if you want to use tempers for leveling, be my guest. But again, like, the only reason to use tempers for leveling if you're leveling in Penitent, but leveling in Penitent makes no sense. I mean, again, my rogue was 2 hours and 46 minutes with normal and hard leveling. My barbarian is going to be 3 hours, like, you know, like tempers just make 0 sense for leveling, and they just make leveling more tedious because you redo the tempers every 5 seconds because I'm literally like just redoing my weapons every 5 seconds, right? I mean, I pick up everything what I find on the road and I just slap on the item and then on we go. Like, I mean, imagine having to redo your items like whenever you find a weapon, you get to redo the temper and redo the temper and redo the temper and redo the temper. I am sorry, that does not sound very exciting to me, right? The same for aspects. I mean, sure, if there is one aspect that actually makes your build so much better, go for it. Pop off Sun. You should do it. Like, if you play, for example, Druid and you get the Shockwave aspect for your Pulverize, or you want to use the Blood Boil aspect for your core skill builds, because Blood Boil is insane. Makes perfect sense. Otherwise, no. Why do I lose upgrade points when leveling my glyphs? Had 5 points, lost 4, gives errors, then you get not an error, you get a failed. Did you not look at your glyph upgrade chance? So if you're not 10 levels above, so let's say your glyph is level 50 and you're doing a pit 55, then you don't have a 100% upgrade chance, you have a less than 100% upgrade chance, okay? So you need to do your pits according to what level you are, sir. ¿Qué runa estás usando? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Mm-hmm. You little shit. Nice try. I counter. Bensu, howdy. Oh, the game has never been better. Yeah, kind of. I mean, the features that are added are definitely good. Sometimes I wish, again, for the core skills to be more prominent, but that's that. I wish for vaults to return. That's that. See, this is why I dislike the event, because you're forced to like stay on top of this instead of fighting like anyone else. I'm just standing here, but it's for 3 whispers, so it's actually worth it. By the way, chat, yesterday I watched the video on Diablo 4's plans for the future, the NDA video. I finally got it. I told you I couldn't watch it before because I was asleep during that time, so I got handed that video now. I can't go into details, but I guess I can say trust the process. That's as much as I can hand out there. I want to keep like a mechanic on every class. I'm not sure if that would be too generic. Like, right, to get just a Kapaleka mechanic on every class. What I need to do? I need to use the Nightmare Sigil. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a strong room. There's a strong room. Chemist Demise. Ooh, Chemist Demise. Good. That usually gives like a full level. We're currently like, this level spree here is surprisingly slow, right? I'm actually a bit like surprised how slow this is going. But I got an unlucky streak of whispers here. No double Hell Tide. That's definitely holding me back. My rogue had a big advantage, right? My rogue got a double Hell Tide and was just zoot in. It was quite illegal. Okay, there's supposed to be a strong room in here. Show me that strong room. Where is it? Oh, the butcher. Get butchered. Where's your weapon, Mr. Butcher? Right? Where's his weapon, chat? Oh wait, there it is. Butcher's Cleaver. We got it, chat. We got it. Let's go. Butcher's Cleaver, gang. Yeah, it takes a while to drop. The advantage of Champion's Demise is that this dungeon has like such a high enemy density. Right? You don't even have to look for enemies. So that's kind of nice. There's the strong room. We found it. It's like only in here for the strong room. I wasn't even in here to kill all the things in Champion's Demise, right? Would y'all just die? I'm just looking for the easy, quick level here you're providing me. The new boots for Barb are in need. Yeah, I'm looking forward to test the new boots, how they feel. What I'm hoping for is that they give you a good power curve. So Barb, like, I think I will reach Torment 1 very easy, obviously. But I want the new Barb boots and the Pain Gorgeous gauntlets. I want to put these two on, and then I want to like feel like I took crack, right? And it's going crazy. That's what I really hope for with Hooves of the Mountain God. It was like the same with the Rotten Lightbringer. But we'll see if it then turns out to be exactly that way or not, right? Can't say yet. I gotta say, I like this Earthquake leveling. So we added Earthquake rune, by the way, together with a Moni rune, because you're gonna use Lunging Strike, and Moni says cast 2 mobility skills. And obviously, we are casting 2 mobility skills by Moniing around. So that's just like too good to actually always have the Lunging Strike easily active. Those changes are coming in the next expansion, like 2026, 20. I can't go into any details, Andy. Sorry, can't tell you anything. I mean, we get some like some creators get like some developer interview. Like we were invited to a round table, and they showed us stuff. What exactly they showed us, I cannot say. The future's looking good. Like I can, as someone who is planning to keep making Diablo content, I'm not worried. That's what I can tell you. I'm not worried about the future. I'm not worried that I have to drop the game. I'm not in the slightest worried that I will abandon this for something else. Like, right? Like, I know I will keep this as like a game in my roster, as it seems promising what the developers are planning. That's what I can tell you. As like a non-snake oil whatever promise. So that's good for me. I mean, this is end of the day. This is partially how I earn my money too, with making content for Diablo. And obviously we have other games we cover, but still Diablo is part of this. So let me tell you, I am happy with what's to come. And obviously, as soon as I can tell you more, I will tell you more, right? So as soon as I am able to communicate things I've learned, I will shower you with that information. What do you promise? Is there a chance for a new character class? Every expansion has a new character class, Dark Wolf. That has been their promise from the beginning on. This is no news, okay? This is nothing secret, right? Obviously, the expansion will have a new character. But that's kind of like the reason why we buy expansions. I mean, would you buy an expansion if there wasn't a new character? Honest question. No. Right? I wouldn't buy for a new campaign. Nah. For a bit more story. Nah. You better give me a new character or we're not talking, right? Throwing hands. Who's fastest way from 0 to 60? We have a video on that. 11. That explains to you the current fastest way. The fastest I've done my method is 2 hours and 46 minutes with a rogue. 3 hours 15 with a spiritborn. 3:30 with a spiritborn. 3:15 with the sorceress. No, 3 hours with the sorceress. Yes. Okay, we take the legendary items experience. I swapped to hard difficulty. I want to see how hard it is now. Yeah, you're buying for a new class. That's just why you're buying. I mean, I'm like, sure, I wanted to see the new region and I wanted to have runes and so on. The main reason I bought was like for checking out the Spiritborn. Even though I'm like not the biggest Spiritborn enjoyer, right? So I like the Spiritborn. It's fine. It's never been like my like yay, right? I'm Spiritborn. Woo! I don't know. I've been always more like the Templar, maybe Witch Doctor, kind of like caster-esque behavior, right? Either heavy armor or caster behavior. So that's more my alley. Monk was also interesting, but the Spiritborn isn't anything like the Monk, to be honest. So yeah, it's always just like okay for me. With runes and heraldic powers, we could definitely swap Earlia over to the hard difficulty. That's for sure. Oh, I'm not saying Spiritborn is bad. It's just like I don't vibe with it that much. Like I enjoy making my Spiritborns occasionally, but I feel like the whole class concept is just not too far up my alley. Wonder at what point they'll return to Tristram. I mean, we already returned back to the jungles, and Tristram exists in the current world, so that's that, right? I mean, it's not like we're not in the same world. We could get the deserts too, right? I mean, we do have Duriel Inn, who is also in the deserts. I mean, I do hope that we will see Hell at some point more. I mean, we got some glimpses into Hell during the campaign. We get some glimpses into Hell also with the expansion. I mean, technically, you have to consider that the next expansion will be playing in Nahantu again as well, because Mephisto just got reborn in Nahantu. So in case you missed that, but the story ended with Mephisto reincarnating in the body of Akaret. So that's where he weaseled himself in, and he's now like the reborn glorious leader of the Nahantuan people. So I don't know if maybe like Travancore and Travancore and all the other areas here will fall into disarray again with the coming expansion, and I don't know. We'll see everything corrupted. And we get to rediscover all the places, but the places are changed, or if we get like a new region. Rockstar, good to see you there, buddy. How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, return to Tristan when we see a showdown with Diablo. I mean, I would assume that the next expansion is going to hint at the return of the other greater evils. I mean, we officially have Mephisto return now, and we know that Mephisto is a big schemer. We know that, like, he's the, I think he's the oldest of the great evils, right? So I expect him to set everything in motion to get his brothers back in action, as he always does. So the expansion is going to end with, oh, you bested me, but my brothers will rise. So, and then he presses the big red button, and you're like, oh no! How great! It's like, oh no, you're really reviving your brothers? That's so unfortunate. Like, when is that exactly going to happen? Like, can we speed it up somehow? Like, can we fight now? Is it cool? Are they coming back now? It's like, please don't. We don't want to fight them again. We get to mix in a random showdown with the angels again. Some angel going rogue, Meltel style in between. Like, the story returns, right? Someone that used to worship Inarius or Inarius Reborn or something. Like, I'm pretty sure we're going to see Inarius again. Or like... I don't know. Does anyone remember what angel Inarius was? Because all the angels, they have like an aspect, right? And like I don't know what angel Inarius was again. I forget that. Like, right? We had who was he called again? We get our brother be Justice at a given time, and like I don't know what angel Inarius actually was. It's been a while. I've forgotten. Was he Judgment or Justice? I think he was Judgment, right? Because Justice was Tyrell at some point. Yeah, Tyrell was Justice, but aren't all angels aspected? I thought all angels are aspected. Maybe I'm just bad at lore here. Okay, Inarius wasn't aspected. Would be funny to see like somewhat like, because there's like a limited amount of angels, right? And in order for a new angel to be born out of the World Stone, angel has to die first. So, like, since Inarius is gone, there could be a new angel coming. Correct? As far as I put this together. Could do a strong room for another easy level up. I think we're gonna do that quickly. Just doing the storm room just gives us an easy level up. Only the ones from the Anguirus Council were aspected. Ah, see? Like, there's so much interesting lore in Diablo if you actually care to watch, like, some videos and inform yourself. In case you didn't know this, by the way, Diablo 1, okay? Diablo 1 has a whole ass lore book. So when you buy Diablo 1, I bought Diablo 1 on GOG.com for $5. But they're actually not only giving you the game, they also give you the PDF of the lore book that was attached to the game back in the days. Because back in the days, you did not only get the actual like manual that kind of explained how the game works. That manual had also like 30, 40 pages of lore in it, which is pretty fucking cool in my eyes. Like I love this. Like we don't have this nowadays anymore, right? So easily available, readily available into the games, right? You always have to like, I don't know, dig deeper, buy a super premium ultra edition, but it's kind of cool. Most people don't care that much about the lore. I don't necessarily care too much. I just find the Diablo lore interesting, right? Some games actually have good lore. If you think about it, like some games just have terrible lore, but they're fun to play, right? I still don't know what's going on in Path of Exile, really. I know there's a beast and there's a lady and there was Count Geonor and she kind of like was evil and like corruption and there's gods and there's sin and he got nailed to a tree. I know there's a story, right? But I like, that's it. I know there's a story, right? Game is great to play, but I have no fucking clue, right? I also don't care. That's the most important part. So I don't at all care about the lore in PoE. And that might sound a bit harsh, but I just simply don't, right? I still want to see what happens with the beast now, but more from a like I'm intrigued in seeing like what it evolves into and what can I fight. Like I want to see my next opponent. But I don't care about the characters, right? I don't want to figure out who was Count Geonor before you got corrupted. It's more like, okay, Count Geonor is a bitch and I killed him 20 times already. But when it comes down to Diablo, you're actually like, okay, how was the world created? What's happening? Who are these guys? You know, why do the angels hate us? It's an engaging world building. For me. Air of Perdition has a damage to angels and demons, but we don't find angels yet. Yet, my friend. I mean, you just have to keep in mind that angels are dick faces that hate us. Actually, humans are dick faces, but angels also, they just hate us. Or, no, actually, they don't actually hate us. They just don't give a flying fuck. And if they would have to eradicate the whole sanctuary, they wouldn't, like, blink twice. They would just ask, when are we doing it? Right? It's not like, are we going to erase humanity? It's like, at what point are we erasing humanity? Right? Not if, when. Do you consider Stash Tap MTX pay to win? No, it's called quality of life. And if you don't want to pay for that quality of life, that's a personal decision you have to make and you have to live with. So no, don't really consider that in any way pay to win. It's part of the game. Okay, we like this is like really a really weird leveling curve as I'm like really bound to not having a hell tide I could level with meaningful where it was just a shitty hell tide, right? I'm not happy with our level quickness right now, Chad. We're pretty slow with the barbarian now. But I hope that we get a double hell tide. I think my rogue was just lucky getting 2 double hell tides. Okay, let's do another experience here. On hard difficulty, this should be nice. Where do you guys farm for GA stuff? I haven't found a single item it's worth selling yet. GA stuff is Hell Tides, for example. Hell Tides, Infernal Hordes. Infernal Hordes always gets you guaranteed GA items at the end. if you then get the 200 offering, which you should. So you could technically, if you just want to farm GA items, do 6 wave Infernal Hordes and just bang them through. And they would always give you GA items. It's actually one of the better methods. Because 6 wave Infernal Hordes are also very, very, like, overseeable. Then Strong Rooms. Strong Rooms give you tons of greater affix items too. So high recommendation on Strong Rooms, generally. Well, could be top. Most GA items come from Nightmare Dungeons. Yeah, exactly. With Herodic Strong Rooms. It's like more or less guaranteed in Torment 4 that there will be some stuff in there. And you can do them so quick. I mean, that you will get double GA resistance items left, right, and center. That's just baked into this season. Right? I still feel like we should remove any resistance that's not all resistance. And instantly item quality would improve. We also need to remove the lucky hit chance to heal. There's just no one will ever play lucky hit chance to heal. I'm so sorry. Why does this exist? Why does lucky hit chance to heal still exist? I mean, come on. Like, who the fuck are you kidding? I get a greater affix to heal for 50. Like, are you messing with me? I mean, there's technically a build where you could use Temerity and then overheal, but no one is doing that. Like, only because technically there's a way how you could do something doesn't mean that no one is doing this ever. No one is playing anything in that direction. No one is using an overheal mechanic because we have better Pens items. It's funny, though, every ARPG struggles with this. I mean, like, we had Path of Exile 2. Like, I like to bring this into the fray, not because I want Diablo to be like Path of Exile 2, just to, like, so don't get me wrong, right, chat? Just to point out, like, how the other ARPGs are struggling as well, for the people that are not so interested. So they had to redo their endgame item weighing as well, because in the endgame, there was light radius dropping on items. I mean, imagine finding an item, like an absolute endgame item, okay? Like, you're level 90. And you find an item that gives you like 5 billion damage, 500 crit chance, and then it's like 10 light radius. Light radius. So you see better in the dark. On my endgame weapon. You know, right? Like, I'm trying to kill here the Arbiter, the hardest boss. Like, he's made out of fire. He burns like the sky. The sun. And like, I got light radius on my stuff. Let's go, you know? I'm ready. Like, great. Fucking fire. Let's do it. Maybe it's just huge for fast map players. Yeah, but it's not huge when you're playing solo Self-Found and you get like that on your weapon. And it could have been plus to whatever skill, right? It's not that it's on the weapon, it's what's not on the weapon because of it. Right? The problem with affix weighting and so on, it's not that light radius is on the weapon. It's that because light radius is on the weapon, you're missing something else. Same with getting resistance and the lucky hit chance to heal. Surprised how many legendary items are dropping out of this. Oh, wow. Plus 32 damage. Yikes. That's pretty good. Like when we needed accuracy on a spear and it could roll accuracy and light radius. Exactly, sir. I'm happy we're getting like the same opinion here. Okay, from this point on, chat, now we're gonna do strongholds. Okay, so we're level 33. There's no Helltide active right now. There's no other activity we can do. We just did our meaningful activities. We got our whispers going. So now we're gonna knock out strongholds around level 33. I like to start with that. And every stronghold knockout is going to give me 1 full level. And we will almost clear every stronghold apart from 4, because there are 4 strongholds that take so long time that they're just super fucking stupid and you don't want to do them. Applaud your patience to level up each character every season. All right, I'm hanging out with Giga Chats from the chat. We're having a good time. We're talking about computer games. You know? I'll tell you my secret. I play games until they're no fun anymore, and then I move to the next game. This keeps me from burning out on games. But I can do this. Like, right? When I'm done with Diablo content in a few days, I won't play Diablo until the next season. I won't pull a Rob and try to squeeze out any, like, little 5% more of content, because there is not more content. And this is also no shade to anyone, right? But you don't have to wonder when creators like Rax completely crash out about Diablo and say they'll never play the game again. When they're like, when they only do this, you know? Like, no wonder you burn out if you invest 400 hours per season. There is no 400 hours content. You will burn out, inevitably. There's no way you won't. At some point, you'll be like just a hollow shell left. And that's, I mean, surprise, right? You do nothing else but play ARPGs that don't have enough content, and you do nothing else. Who would have guessed that a burnout is incoming? You could see it like kind of from 400 miles coming. How are World of Warcraft streamers not burn out playing it every day? Because they're just chatting. No, don't fuck Rock, Moonface. This is not a fuck Rob. It's just like, Rob does it actually smart. You know what he does? He stops playing. I mean, I pay attention to Rob quite a lot because the man is like really a content powerhouse. That what he like, he stops uploading content at some point, and then he's just done. Like, I mean, like you will not see that I won't upload a video every second or third day. I mean, mostly we do a video every day, right? And if it's not Diablo, it's another game. Like, we're waiting for Wu Chang Fallen Feathers right now. We're waiting for more Dune content. We're doing Path of Exile in August, right? You always get videos from me. But what happens with Rob, for example, is, like, when the season is done and he really did everything, he stops uploading until next season. And that's smart, because that keeps you from burning out. Instead of just desperately trying to, like, somehow, you know, stay relevant. But then when the season comes, you do like everything in your power, right? Yeah, PTR is also there, true. PTR is also there. I mean, I do PTR usually 1 or 2 days, and that's it. Because that's all the testing I want to do. Slideshow, good to see you there. I do the same as you, to be honest. Try all characters, then move on to other stuff, with the buddies peak being the current one. Exactly. I mean, games are there to be played to have fun, and games are not there to fill some imaginary hole in your chest, right? That exists because, I don't know, like whatever. Right? And once you have done the current content from the game, it's time to find the next thing. Stormcloud Druid? No. Goody. I love Pulverize. Pulverize is the gameplay loop that I really have the most fun with. And I don't want to do anything different. I love, for example, what is it called again? I love to play... Come on, brain, say it. Boulder Druid. From a gameplay. It's so cool. Boulder Druid is absolutely just amazing. Won't do it this season because Pulverize is just king. And they're buffing Pulverize too. Imagine. What the hell is Lilith? That boss is one of the worst shit shows I've seen. Lilith is bugged right now. So don't worry if you're not able to kill Lilith. That's because she's bugged. And she stops taking damage. There are ways to circumvent that by like stopping to do damage. But yeah, the best thing you can do is just ignore her until she's faced. Yeah, the bug is impossible to manage. Just wait for her to be... I mean, she will be fixed at some point. Soon, Wu Chang. I'm actually playing a review copy of Wu Chang at the moment. I can't tell you anything. That's it. I can tell you I have a review copy. I was lucky enough. So you can expect like day one information from me, pretty much. The waves are impossible to dodge. Once you figured out how the waves work, it's like the one wave is an aid, the other wave is a double dodge, and depending on what character you play, her slam from the sky, where she does the circle, is impossible to dodge. For example, Necromancer does not possess any mobility ability apart from Blood Mist. If you don't play Blood Mist, you will always likely die to her slam from the sky. Oh wow, we did 1,000 damage, chat. 1,000 damage. Okay, we are 38. It's going really good. Flame bonus. Right here. Like always a shitty ride. No, I can ride out of the door. Whee! Never give up on Lilith. It's so good. Yep. Wait, I don't know when the bug started, which is so weird. Because day one, you could kill her. Like, the first 24 hours of the season. If you killed her in that, she was working. I went like, wait, I don't know. I took 4 hours to level up. Went into Torment 1, got my minions, got my Hand of Nas, killed Lilith. Done. They need to change the boss invulnerability phases. In my opinion, humble opinion, what they should do with the bosses right now is Duriel and Dariel and the Harbinger of Hatred are allowed to have one invulnerability phase. So Duriel does his burrow once, and Dariel does her spinning thing once, and then the Harbinger of Hatred does one of his portal phases. But after they did their phase once, right, I'm allowed to actually destroy them. Right? So if I hit Duriel and he goes into his burrow phase and he comes out, then I should be able to just absolutely obliterate him after that. Right? That would still like satisfy the devs that we're playing their faces at least once, right? But if I have the damage in Torment 4 later, I just like, don't force me. Don't force me, Frodo. Once is still annoying, don't get me wrong, but it's less annoying than what we have right now. Right? What once would be acceptable. That would actually make me go back to kill them, and you need to up the chances for drops again. Like that there's no ancestral gear. See, like everyone keeps saying we need better endgame, we need better endgame and so on. But there are actually so many things that the current game also needs to fix, right? Like with the core skill balancing, with the no boss phases, with more greater affix uniques dropping from normal bosses and not just from Belial, all that kind of stuff. It can't be that I do a Torment 4 Duriel and there's not a single greater affix item dropping, right? Like if I do a Torment 4 Duriel, there should at least be a guaranteed greater affix item. One of the drops has to be greater affix. It's a Torment 4 Duriel. What the fuck are we even talking about, chat, right? I get a bunch of normal uniques doing in Torment 4 Duriel. Great. I'm in Torment 4. I don't need normal uniques anymore, right? I haven't needed for a long while. So guaranteed at least one. See, like, these are the little things that need to happen on top of actual new content, on top of new endgame. But the actual existing content needs to value our time. The content is wasting my time. Dude, we're throwing hands from now on. I'd rather fight like Astaroth. See, Astaroth is amazing. I'm fully with you. You kill his mount, he jumps off, his mount does a special effect, and then if you're fast enough to kill Astaroth, there is no mount revival happening and whatsoever, jiggy jiggy, yada yada yiddy yiddy. Totally fair. I just did tier 4 Grig out of 234 steel and got a single GA. Exactly, and that's unacceptable. Like, you are forced to do Belial, and now's the question, James. In all these Torment 4 Grigoires you did, how many Belials did you get? This brings me to the next question, guys. Do you think Ambush Belial should be random or bound to, like, should we be able to influence it? Because right now, Ambush Belial being random feels really bad, since in an hour of doing bosses, I could get him twice, 3, 4, 5, or no times. So my question is, if I'm in Torment 4, and if I kill a Torment boss fast enough, should it be guaranteed? I mean, like, if I can kill a Grigoire under 10 seconds, should I be guaranteed a Belial, right? Because I'm strong, like, you know, I'm powerful now. And I don't want to fight normal Grig anymore. Again, if they actually fix the dropping of ancestral items, that wouldn't be needed. But with Belial being the only reliable thing to do, and dupe mats being so cheap. Can we not make it guaranteed in tier 4? Can we not bind it to performance? I mean, I wouldn't mind if to bind it to performance, right? If you kill him under 30 seconds, if you kill him under 15 seconds, I don't know, whatever. Maybe make me pay twice the mats to get it guaranteed. 50% more mats to open the chest and get a Belial. I don't know, but anything then, like, just a random chance he might appear. Isn't it more efficient to do the dungeons with the 5 favors? Nope. The dungeons they give the 5 favor don't give as much XP as finishing these things here. How do you get a lot of Betrayer's House? Well, you buy them from resellers that 100% did not dupe the materials. They totally farmed them because they're so dedicated farming dudes. Surely. Because your only way to get greater affix uniques is to fight Belial, so... Oh, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. You were like just dying there. Oh god, I hate it when you fight her. By the way, we figured recently out, chat, in case you didn't know this, but we recently figured out that you can actually kill the bandit leader in one phase before she actually goes into hiding. That was really funny. So you can kill what was it in the bandit hideout? What's the name of the bandit hideout? I forgot it. The Onyx Outpost. Was it Onyx Outpost? Like, you can't kill her before she actually goes into the hiding phase. Which is crazy. Just need enough damage. Okay, let's do Alcarnis. Sorry, unlock that waypoint. It's actually the only reason I do Alcarnis. Because I want that waypoint. To, like, if in case here's a Helltide coming. So technically, in the next 30 minutes, I need to be level 50. That's a bit harsh, but then I could keep up with the leveling of the rogue. Oh, this is a double Helltide. Oh, man. That is so bad. A double Helltide while I'm still busy finishing out on... Nah, we should be able to make the best out of this. Ah, you gotta die, sir. You buy the Betrayer's Husk by writing in chat. You write in chat, need Betrayer's Husk, 99 stacks. And then you talk to someone who totally speaks English and not Chinese, and you get your stacks.
What is happening here?
Okay. Now, today we're potion lazy, chat. We also need to get our Shrine of Wisdom before we do the... We need to get our Wisdom Shrine before we do the... Helltides. Hello, Dave. If you can afford the stacks, I'm actually running solely out of money. I only have 1 billion left. I need to acquire some funds. And I got currently on Diablo.trade, I have my item up. So I'm waiting for someone to contact me for my 4GA Azure Wrath. Designed the Endarial fight. I mean, the Endarial fight isn't bad per se if you have to do it one single time. Like all the fights, like right, the Harbinger, the Duriel, all their fights are great, just not for farming. I mean, maybe we could change their faces to you have to do like so. Hey chat, what if at the start of the season you have to go through Duriel's invulnerability phases, but then afterwards it's just the normal phase, you know? Just for the start of the season. Like you actually have to go through all the motions of the ocean, but once you have killed Duriel one single time, you never have to do it again. For example. I would be fine with that too. Right? Make me do it once and then never ask me. 2.31 releases tonight. Tonight. Doing a whisper dungeon without sigil is not efficient. Yup. Unless it's a fast whisper dungeon. So like if you consider doing a whisper dungeon or doing this, I run in a circle, I activate these 4 thingies, right? And then I kill that dude. This is not even 5 minutes for a whole level. This is like what, 2 minutes? I get a whole level for it? Dunzo. Hello, lady. See, like, now that we're getting towards 45, it's, like, not getting a full level anymore. Per clear. Like, just about a full level. We should quickly do Samuk down here, because Samuk is actually a Helltide. Attack power does not mean anything. Yes. Mayo, thank you for the 3 months of support. Mayo, thank you for being the very first sub today, ladies and gentlemen. Some applause for Mr. Mayo. Where does damage come from? I mean, damage has never come from attack power. Attack power has been a stat admitted by Blizzard that is just there to give the average player a feeling for the strengths of their character. The problem is that it always has been a lie and does not actually tell you how strong your character is. So yeah, attack power is virtually a useless thing. It tells you absolutely squat about your character and how strong he is. I hope that helps. I get 3 bloods left on D4 and it has to give me Mythic. Nah, Mythic's overrated. Leveling through the side quests, Schleicher. There are some really good side quests in the game. I'm fully with you. There's a cool Endarial side quest where you actually go through everything and later you summon Endarial. That's amazing, actually. There's so much lore baked into the game. But obviously, like, you did those once and then you're never going to touch it again. Actually kind of sad, right? Like the developers putting so much effort into like handcrafting painstakingly these pieces of content. And then on release, sure, you do it once and then you'll just never want to actually ever see this again. Right? I should look at the screen, not at the chat. Or I die to her like jumping around and doing that. Good team. Whisper done. I'd like to know what you should replace if I want to play with Mystics. You do Ring of Starless Skies, and as the helmet, you would choose a Air of Perdition. So Starless and Perdition are usually the choices to go for. Okay, next dungeon. Is Hydra Sork the best build in the game right now? Spiritborn is technically stronger, but Hydra Sork is just the most accessible, fun build to play. Shohaza, thank you for the 7 months of support. Shohaza, we appreciate your support. Dankeschön. Oh, they summoned Lilith. They summoned the lady. Sure, I'm here. So yes. The Sork is just get the items, be powerful. Same for Druid, actually. How many crit chance okay during leveling a shred build? You don't care about crit chance during leveling? You just level? I mean, during leveling, I just put on whatever item I find. I don't even look at the aspects. I mean, could you look at the aspects? Sure, you could, but you don't need to. When I just put on whatever item has like a significant, like a little bit higher item power. Right? If I get a weapon that has higher item power, I'll take it. I don't even know what aspect I'm on right now. I just have aspects on. And that's about it. Husk prices tripled during the weekend. Interesting. I never paid attention to the Husk price economy. I just tried to acquire some at the start of the season. Like I got myself, I think, 300 at the start of the season, and since then I haven't cared. Right? And when it comes down to getting mythics, don't forget that the drop chance for mythic is 3%. It doesn't matter how many Belials you do. 1.5 or 3%. I always forget. So it doesn't matter how many Belials you actually do. The drop chance does not go higher. It will always be an infinitesimal small chance. So getting it is lucky. And doing more does not get you better chances. It's not how statistic works. Chances don't go up the more you do. The chances stay the same. There's just always going to be shit-ass chances. Right? Either you're going to be lucky or not. There will be certainly never a guarantee. The best thing I can recommend you isn't stays making new characters, right? I mean, I have made tons of new characters now, and that has given me tons of sparks because every character gets one new spark. And with these sparks, I've made most of my my mythics. I mean, have I found mythics? Yes, I was lucky enough to actually find mythics. But by leveling up these characters, and let's be fair, so if you do this together with a friend, you could make a new character to 60 in what? 5 minutes, and then you open up an Infernal Horde and you do like 2 or 3 Infernal Hordes. So in less than 30 minutes, you could have a new Spark. Right? I mean, imagine how much like killing, like how many Duriels you would have to kill to get like a mythic. Right? There's no comparison. Just make new characters. And if you don't have friends to level you, you could save up your Whisper caches to level up characters really fast. There are ways to gamble the system that do not require you to buy materials from a very trusty materials seller. Right? 34 more minutes on this Helltide. What we should do, we should finish the Stronghold while it's a Whisper, because that Stronghold while it's a Helltide. That has the Stronghold usually provide you with There's 7 caches a lot. Yes, the level way with friends is obviously the fastest way to level up a character. If you just want to like get characters level for
They're brewing some kind of poison.
just want to get characters leveled for the reputation grind. You can get a single Tal Rasha's ring above 1 GA. Yeah, getting multi-GA items is still exceedingly rare. I feel it's easier than ever, though. Like, the multi-GA has felt really good this season. I've seen more multi-GA items than any prior season. Maybe I'm also just lucky, so the problem is that I just feel that the chances are up. But it might also just be that I get lucky this season, right? So there's no telling if the chances are actually better, or if I just get lucky. Right, maybe both. I get lucky and the chances are higher. Insane. I've had back-to-back mythic drops before and same runs and dry as well. I mean, like, see, but you know how it is. Sometimes you're just lucky. I mean, we've had killed 10 mythic bosses one season, and we get like 2. We killed 10 Duriels, and we get 2 mythics. It's just unlikely for these things to happen. It's not like they don't happen. And then again, I've been whole seasons without mythics, right? People forget that mythics are supposed to be super rare, dude. Since like the actual times where people were doing these farm runs, right? With like 400 runs per hour, where you like just Duriel instant kill, Duriel instant kill, Duriel instant kill. Like, yeah, I mean, that is unrealistic, and it was never meant to be the norm. And yet they treat like the game is supposed to be that way. I have a Druid right now going the Shred route. Should I continue that or jump for Pulverize? Well, I did Pulverize and was the best experience I've had with any class so far this season. Now, should you go Pulverize? I cannot tell you what you should do, right? I'm not your caretaker. I'm just your weird internet dude that tells you things. But, yeah, Pulverize is fun. Benzema retired from football, is playing Diablo now. Ah, Benzema wishes he looked that good, sir. To be compared to the Hoff. You should rather ask if the Hoff stopped playing Diablo and started playing soccer. And there's somewhere like a Pony Hoff look-alike in the Bundesliga. Not the other way around. Surely. Surely that's how it is. We still haven't killed all the cultists for that whisper. Unless we killed the harbingers. When you get a Harlequin with GA on armor, hey sir, at least you get a Harlequin. Better than the people that every single season seem to have a triple masterworked Harlequin crest, right? With cooldown reduction and treat it as a normal thing. It's like this is one of my favorite part about Diablo build making, right? Like it's always the same creators, but it's like, oh, so for this build, you need a Harlequin crest with a triple master with a greater affix and cooldown reduction, and also yeah, a triple masterwork, and it's kind of like mandatory, right? So I mean, obviously you'll get that. And if you check their builds, it's actually every single season they have it. Every single season they grind it so much until they really had it, and you're just like, oh, okay. I mean, like, yeah, but could you make a build that doesn't require this? You know? I can tell you exactly how many times I've had a Harlequin crest with a greater affix on cooldown reduction. That's twice in now 9 seasons. And I can tell you exactly how many times I had that triple masterwork. Not a single time. Thank you. Make out of that information what you want. No triple masterwork, dude. Like, am I even trying, right? Do I even take this game serious? Can I even be called a creator if not every single one of my masterworks is a triple crit? I might as well just say I don't care. I'm not even putting in the effort. And they have it since day 2. Well, that they have it since day 2 is not a surprise, since they play like in a 4-man group and they also don't sleep. Basak, thank you for your subscription and support. Basak, good to see you there. It's like when you're 2 days into the season and the first Pit 100 guide comes out and you're like, well, how do I level to 60 the fastest? It's a big mistake that reviewers make, right? So you have these single player games that come out, okay? Single player games. And then you have these reviewers who already have 100 hours in the game. And like the game is out for 2 days and they're like, this is the best endgame setup. And you're like, so I'm in zone 1, level 10. I'm struggling with the base game mechanics. I kind of don't know how my inventory works. Like, hi? Could anyone help me? Like a standard trap that game reviewers like really fall into, and guide makers too. It's kind of cute because I see it every single time. Because for them, they like in their mind they have already advanced like so far from like the standard game that it's like normal for them to look for this. It is anything but. Yeah, how does the menu work exactly? And some of my most successful videos on new games is usually base game mechanics, right? Like, literally base game mechanics, like just how do you parry successfully? Like Clair Obscure 33 was a game where parrying was extremely important, right? So people were already like, this is a build where you do 1 billion damage. And it's like, this is how you parry. It's surprisingly important that you know how to parry efficiently. 4-man group leveling is insane. It's actually not that much faster, all mid. We did a comparison. So I was playing while the 4-man teams were playing, and I was 4 levels behind them as a solo player. So it is efficient to 4-man level, but it's not like the craziest of all existence. You can keep up, somewhat keep up. You will be slower because you're pretty much missing 10% XP, right? Dirty Douglas, no Dune. Dune will happen next week or on Sunday. I'm not entirely sure yet. I need to finish Diablo first, but I have some Dune related stuff planned. I have some really sexy speedrun planned before Wu Chang releases. I need to literally find out when I'm actually allowed to show you the first Wu Chang content. So when I'm allowed to like release the first videos on that. As soon as I have that figured out, we get our eyes set on that. I mean, from the 24th on, that's a guarantee. Like, we will be done with Diablo. So, I mean, we don't have another 7 days of Diablo. I'm sorry, there's not enough content. I've done everything. Unless you want to see me bang my head against the wall and just literally try to squeeze out the last 2% for a pit run where I just want to shoot myself at the end. Right? Yay. I'm level 40 with my Barb, and my Heraldic abilities low-key carry. That's fine. Your Heraldic abilities are supposed to low-key carry you. No, wait, they're actually supposed to high-key carry you. Okay, that's the 50% XP well. That was everything I wanted. 15, by the way, not 50. So you wonder, why did I go into this dungeon? XP well, Chan. And now I'm quickly going to get the Forgotten Wisdom blips, too. There's the OP. Then we're going to leave this dungeon to finish the Helltide. We get even more. You don't have the DLC. Can you still make this build? Yes. I mean, the DLC pretty much makes everything easier because of runes, right? Runes are functionally not needed for builds to work. But technically, runes are not needed to make builds work. That being said, in a lot of my builds this season, runes are responsible for the defense. So my Spiritborn needs runes for Barrier. My Druid needs runes for Barrier. My Sorg is not using runes. So, like, yeah. Often you do use the Q rune together with Neo or Ahu or something in that direction to actually create, like, more survivability. And that's, like, what you're lacking without the DLC. Like, you lack another layer of defense that you can't, like, just easily access. So you're weaker. You might struggle with content that someone with the DLC does not struggle with. Right? When you farm up, decide strong rooms. You do one strong room, next strong room, strong room, strong room, strong room. If you want to have a bit more diverse, you can still do the Infernal Hordes. But strong rooms are an actual nice way to farm up decide. One done strong room with 6 attunement is like, what, 3,500 up decide? And depending on the dungeon, the strong room is sometimes in the very beginning, so you don't take less than 5 minutes. I think all the Forgotten Wisdom blips are over, right? I'm not sure if I actually want to clear the dungeon, but we're already here. Struggle finding strong rooms, so only open sigils that have strong rooms on it. Okay, Dunzo Garbanzo. I'm the chosen one. Wow, that was 3 legendary items from one dungeon. Damn. I'm surprised. Rune rock your builds. Rune are just bonus fun for the game, right? Like, I'm not, like, runes are just fun. Like, I play a rune that has me do 2 mobility skills, aka Lunging Strike, and I get an Earthquake. You know what? That's easy for leveling. I have a rune that has me use 5 skills, and then I summon spirit wolves around me that freeze and make my enemies vulnerable. That's also cool. Surely these are amazing things. Do you see the strong room bug with the boss layers? That one is getting fixed tonight. So yes, there is a strong room bug with the boss layers. Yes, you can abuse it until tonight, then it's fixed. So, FYI, if you wanted to farm easy Opticide that way, just keep it in mind. It has to happen tonight, or before tonight, or you're screwed. My goal for today is we're going to get this to Torment 1 really quick now, that I can then test the power curve. So we're going to get ourselves the Pain Gorgers, the Hooves of the Mountain God, like all that kind of stuff, right? We're going to test the power level of the Barbarian. To then, like, actually, after the stream is over today, guys, I'm going to sit down to create another video on a tier list for this season, where we're going to, like, since we played every single class and we did all the top builds, we can kind of give you a estimate on how much fun every class is to play, how casual friendly every class is, how good the power curve is, how much effort every class takes, right? So, for example, Spiritborn is not S tier. No matter how much snake oil people try to pour down your throat, Spiritborn is not S tier. It has a horrible power curve. The only S tier about Spiritborn is the actual potential. But to reach that potential, you'll have to, like, divorce your wife and sell your children and sacrifice 2 goats. Now, if you obviously want to divorce your wife and sacrifice goats and, like, you know, sell your children, then, like, play Spiritborn. Pop off, sir. I saw a video today, a couple days old, where a guy used a stronghold key and then you could teleport between boss dungeons. Yes, Michael. That's a bug that gets fixed tonight. That is the bug we're talking about. Bundled herbs, aren't they dropping from Legion events a lot? 12 living steel we're selling for more than husks. Yeah, that's like the reason why every boss material is more expensive than Belial masks is because there seems to be a very easy way to duplicate them. I mean, no one bothers about duplicating the other boss mats if the main boss mat, the Belial boss mat, that is so desirable is so easy to duplicate, right? So yes, indeed, if you're actually looking for a specific map from a specific boss, you're going to pay more gold than for actual just getting Belial, which is so weird. How is that a thing, chat? Someone explain. Okay, we almost made it in 2 hours to 50, which is a surprise to me, chat. I did not expect to actually make this. Because if we make it in 2 hours to 50, then we have a chance to do it in sub 3 hours to 60. You see a man surprised. The man is I. Let's kill one more, just for the cinders. I'm gonna find one more spark and craft Grandfather. Grandpappy! I only got Dewbringer this season. How many sparks do I have right now? I have one more spark. So this character is actually going to give me another spark. So I have 2 more sparks again. I can craft another mythic. I have all the mythics I need, though. So crafting another mythic is just bonus. Wouldn't hurt to get like a Harlequin crest with cooldown reduction. Ah. The best way to farm layer boss mats, Helltides, or the Tribute of Titans. Tribute of Titans is for the Undercity and gives you boss mats on completion. Tribute of Titan. Okay, I need... Jess. Wait, do I hear outside fire sirens? Not entirely sure. Love your PvE2 videos. You make your builds easy to understand. Thank you. That's what I try to do. Easy, digestible content. And I'm also looking forward to August, ladies and gentlemen. If Mr. Ponyhoff is very lucky, he will get to play the new Path of Exile expansion at Gamescom, actually. I know they'll be there. I gotta write my friend Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, is Path of Exile doing anything at Gamescom? There new DLC every season? No. New DLCs come every year and a half at this point. I mean, the last DLC we got, was it October? And the next DLC we're gonna get next year. It was October, right? I'm not crazy. So next year, since season 10 is October, I would say like after Christmas, January. Unless the October is short, then we would get it in... Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'd assume Jan is like when we actually get the new expansion, or April. January or April. Probably April. I like Jan. I would definitely prefer January. It would fit nicely with everything. Do you have more fun leveling Druid or Rogue? I love Druid because Pulverize. I mean, Rogue was brilliant with the Dance of Knives because Dance of Knives is just hold down the button and dance through. But Druid gets to play Pulverize, and therefore I could also play the Blood Boil aspect. And the Blood Boil aspect is brilliant because it gives you like these cool Blood Boil explosions, which are just really fun to use. So yeah, I just really like the Pulverized Druid. I mean, it's a love since season 1, so it's hard to contest with that. Makes you miss Spinny Barb. I was actually never a fan of Spinny Barb. Oh, level 9, dude? In this difficulty, sir? What are you doing here? Chad, a level 9 guy in this economy. Okay, we got 1 hour to level 60, Chad, to beat the Rogue. The Rogue did it in 2 hours and 46 minutes, so we actually don't even have an hour. We get like 42 minutes to actually do it. Holy Christ. Totally doable. Totally doable. Tornado Barb, Dust Devil Barb. Sadly, they nerfed Dust Devils. They actually didn't nerf Dust Devils. They nerfed a passive that actually nerfed Dust Devils and everything, right? I have Ancients. I actually liked Upheaval because I was playing a charge explosion aspect, Upheaval aspect, and then you just went around and you exploded everything. It was actually really fun. Okay, 11 more minutes for the Helltine. Ready for the day when Barb can dual wield two-handed weapons. How many more weapons do you want, sir? I mean, seriously, you already have all the weapons. You have more aspects than any other class. What more could you want? And I can't wait for the day that Barb is actually getting a real class-specific thingy-jiggy-majiggy, because right now The class specific thingy about Barbarian is still just you have more weapons, right? That's your class special. Congratulations, you have 4 weapons. Applause, applause, chat, applause. When Barb just dropped Hammer of Ancients, that was during the Barbarian era, when Barb was an overpowering menace. I mean, let's not forget that Barb is the reason why the Banished Lord's Talisman is nerfed. The Banished Lord's Talisman used to give 200% to overpower skills, right? That critical strike. And then Barb one season decided to go absolutely off the charts, and then the Banished Lord's Talisman get nerfed. Thank you, Barbarians. Thank you. Like every other class had to suffer because Barb was just too good. There's the Bash era. No, it was first, like, I think Hammer of Ancients, and the Bash era came afterwards. And then like, despite the overpower nerf, Barbarian was still going crazy. I mean, let's not forget, then you had Charge Barb, then you had Dust Devil Barb. So let's not forget what an absolute dominant force Barb has been for many seasons, right? I think it's good to see Barb every now and then, like, not being the absolute #1. By default. I can't tell you what season was which anymore, sir. I've seen too many things. It's all blurring together. And Master Barb win. Yeah, and despite Barb having been absolutely overpowered, there's still, like, skills on Barb that have never felt good. Which is actually still, like, sad, right? That we have core skills that have just never been core gameplay. Not sure why we call them core skills at this point. Might call them maybe skills. Ultimate Sadness skills. Some of them have never seen the light of day. Charge Bob was so fast. I mean, wasn't Charge Bob so fast that it was lagging the server and they actually had to do something about it? Correct me if I remember wrong, but I think I remember that Charge Bob, there was something where they had to actually, like, nerf some animation because you could do too much. You literally could do too much with Charge Barb. I wish I wouldn't have to be built like a linebacker as a druid. Wait, you don't like to be Mr. Thick Boy, Mech Thick Boy, Super Thick Boy, Mech Thick Boy? Why, sir? I don't understand. You don't like your lady druid to look like she just ate the other druid? Peak female performance? That's racist. I don't know. Like, yeah. Towards fake druids. Logan, thank you for the brand new subscription. Logan, welcome to the Knights of the Round Table. Chat, if you did bring a like for YouTube, membership, a sub, Prime, feel free to use it. Why can't it? That's the bigger question, Josh, right? I don't actually care about being a fat druid or a very, very heavy boned druid. I want to be a fat necro. Yeah. Where's my floss necro? Where's the guy that weighs like 200 pounds and waves around his wand and like has his skeletons carry him on his shoulders, right? Not the emancipated dude that's like, oh, I like the dead. I forgot to eat my lunch again. Nah. I'm by the big boy, fat boy necro. It's like carriage made out of like skeletons to carry him wherever he wishes. Yeah, Cartman Necro, exactly. Where is it? I feel underrepresented. To the important questions that matter. See what I meant about easy leveling even this late into the game? Like, finishing this stronghold is just such an XP booster. Over here! So we're gonna do these last strongholds now because they are just catapult my level. And then we just level with like Shrines of Wisdom and try to get the 15% XP up and kind of do that stuff. And then hope that this Hell Tide resets soon so we can... do some other things. There was a small funeral held for the Barb in my soul at that moment. James. I played well in Barb to start the season. I tried so hard to make it work. Get a couple 3GAs, all the proper master working, switch to harder, so I realized how much the difference is. You shouldn't look at the differences and enjoy the classes as they are, right? I mean, again, Spiritborn is goddamn awful to get into Torment 4, right? I think this is something a tier list should include. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but a tier list should include how easy do you get into Torment 4 with said class, right? I find that a very important metric on gauging if I want to play a character or not. Because if I know a character is extremely hard to get into Torment 4, like, I am loath to maybe play it if I only have limited time to play. Look, chat, I'm invisible for some reason. Druid was kind of easy to get T4. Druid, Sorg, even Rogue, all easy to get into Torment 4. Necromancer 2, very simple. So far, Spiritborn is the hardest to get into Torment 4, and we'll see how the Barbarian rates there. Okay? That's why I'm going to have a tier list for you later, chat. Logan, thank you for your subscription and gift. Appreciate that, sir. Congratulations, Mr. Genesis. Just gonna say Torment 4 was the problem with it if you're finding content and Torment 3. I mean, some builds, like for example, my Spiritborn who does Pit 90 still does Torment 3 Belial. I know that sounds kind of weird, but it is what it is because it's not worth it to do Torment 4 Belial on him, right? It's more tedious. What's the easiest to get Torment 4? Druid and Sork are the absolute easiest to get into Torment 4. And Torment 4 Belial too. And I do believe the ease of killing Torment 4 Belial is a existing metric. What's the biggest difference maker when going from tier 3 to tier 4? You need vastly more damage. So let's say you want to kill a boss, Belial, or even a normal lair boss in Torment 3. Then you need 100 million damage, right? And if you want to kill a Torment 4 boss, Torment 4 Belial, you need to do 500 million damage average. So it's mostly scaling Paragon glyphs, that kind of stuff, making use of all your multipliers. And some builds just scale easier than others, right? They don't need as many multipliers as other builds to really go crazy, or the multipliers are easier to access. If attack speed affects how fast the Shadow Bone Storm damage takes, so does more attack speed let Bone Storm lucky hit chance take faster, Patty? I mean, more hits is more lucky hit. But you won't, you know, right? The influence you have over that is minimal, not maximal. Q-Soul, to many more months to come, and I'm looking forward to it, Q-Soul. It's been an amazing 68 so far. The journey has been well worth it. Looking forward to this summer's games. I mean, we got Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, end of this month, guys, but that's the 24th. It's going to at least be keeping us busy for a whole week, if not longer, depending on the replayability of the content. I can't speak on that yet. But we get a whole week with that, and then we get to see what we do in August, Chad. Right now, I have absolute zero August plans. I mean, we know end of August is Path of Exile 2, so any kind of Path of Exile 2 info will be obviously shared with you. Well, obviously, Diablo is dead in August already. There's no one that's going to, like, you know, there's not any content to really create. That being said, in September, shit, that's going to be bad. In September, we're getting the PDR, right? No, we should, technically, we should get the PDR at the end of August, right? I mean, if October is the new season, and it would be start of October, then we should get end of August the PDR. I need to ask the devs. Uh-oh. Because if the Diablo PDR crashes with Path of Exile 2, that would be very unfortunate for me. Have to put out some feelers there. Soda back. Nope, sadly not. Do you do T4 no damage, Frosty? Which version of the Hydra Sork are you playing? So there is the Burning Hydra Sork and the Crit Hydra Sork. I had to, like, I was doing the Burning Hydra Sork and my Belial T4 kills were okay, slow. And then I swapped to the Crit Hydra Sork and I suddenly went from like doing 5 billion damage to 20, 30 billion damage. So you might just play the wrong Hydra Sork version. Found Barb to be the hardest or most boring class to level up. Agreed. Do you have any tips, Teacher Joe? I like to play the Moni Tech Rune combo with Lunging Strike. Moni Tech will give me permanent earthquakes, and then with a Seer C, I also get the wolves on top. And if I keep these glyphs with me, or these runes with me at any given point, the leveling just gets so much more fun because you just Lunging Strike through the enemies and tear everything apart. You're struggling with where multipliers are coming from, Frosty. The biggest multipliers for Hydra Sork are from your Amulet, then your Tempers, Hydra Tempers, Tarasha's Ring, and the Serpentine Aspect. You also should not forget about the Flashfire Aspect. Are Strongholds so good for XP? At this point, they provide me half a level for barely any effort. So yes, they are absolutely worth the XP. I mean, you can see how quick we're making progress. I'm level 52. I finished this Stronghold. I'm going to be level 53. The advantage of Strongholds is once you have done them all, they're very streamlined, right? I know I have to kill this thingy and I destroy it. But then I walk over here into this dude to destroy the next thingy. To make my way through these here and slide down. Finishing the last one. That's the thing, right? Like, you've done them now so many times over. Like, they're just a easy path forward. Then you kill the dude. And that's a level up. Dunzo. Good. Oh, we could do that one. I still have to do Crusader's Monument, but before I do this, I'll knock out the first thingy. I am really surprised how quick we're making progress right now. I don't think I can beat the Rogue. So again, Rogue was 2 hours and 46 minutes. Yet though, we're making reasonable progress. No, World Boss is a big waste, Legendary Lugon. I mean, how long does a World Boss take to kill, and what do you get from it? a whisper. 5 whispers, actually. So, nope. No world boss. Unless you want to slow your progression down. And if you want to slow your progression down, be my guest. Do it. Kill the world boss. Do it! Do it now! Insert random Palpatine meme here. But I assume you don't want to slow down your progression. Usually people want to speed up their progression. I'm Torment 2, ready for Torment 3, but still kind of struggle as a summon a Necro. All the uniques I could use, but could do more for power and defense. Defense comes from your... I mean, you need to be armored out, obviously. And then the rest of the defense comes from your Bottled Wind Arcana. If you're not using the Bottled Wind Arcana, you will not feel defensed out at any given point. The problem is that they took away our barrier on Necro. And the sad part is, if we did not have the Bottled Wind Arcana, Necro would be back to being a super squishy class. So I am personally not looking forward to play Necro in Season 10 so far, unless they actually revert the Soul Rift changes, because as of right now, the Soul Rift changes are really making the Necromancer a worse class again. Which is sad, because we just got to actually feeling like somewhat tanky. We finally get to not feeling like you suck, right? You can do content. You're just... I mean, that Soul Rift was too strong, yes, a fact. But that the nerf was maybe a bit too much, double yes. What time the update is? 7 or 8 p.m. usually, German time. We're gonna wait for tonight if you want to farm some Forgotten Wisdom dungeons, or if you want to do equipment delves, material delves. World boss powers were neat last season. Yes, absolutely. I mean, last season I would have 100% done that world boss for the power. Undeniable. I was so happy when I literally the first time I was actually happy to see a world boss during leveling. I was like, "Whoa, world boss is up! I'm getting the power!" Right? It's like, whoa! So very good. I'm so lucky. And everyone was also coming to it because, right, like now you're gonna find like some people coming to the world boss, but everyone, their mom was at the world boss, which actually made it harder and take way longer to kill, but it's beyond the point. We're finally happy to see it. Okay, this whisper is going to be how many? Like, it's 5 favors, but how deep am I? What's the fastest way to get Forgotten Souls? Well, the equipment delve should be now, the material delve, or Roderick material delve should finally be something good. How much XP is that going to give me? I mean, you get tons of XP for doing the whisper, and then we get tons of XP at the end of the dungeon anyways. Wow, 126 bonus, 128 bonus. Oops. That's something. Antonio, for the patch, we get the whole notes up in video form. Not too many exciting things happening. I mean, it's a good patch, but it's mostly bug fixes with minor buffs to the classes. Okay, Helltide back up and a Tordulra. I don't want to do Tordulra. We still have Ahriman's Pyre. We get this. So we got Crusader's Monument and Virus still up, and they're both amazing ones to do. I'm just gonna have us knock them out later. But again, I could use them to just jump from 58 to more. For the Druid build, I only need the chest plate and pants. Let's go. The pants are not actually needed. They just make you stronger, right? The real thing you need is the weapon, and then the druid build is done. Everything else is just playing the supportive roles. It's the good thing, right? Faster! Never did this goat event. It's kind of like a weird one. I'm also not a biggest fan of this Helltide, but it kind of has like okay packed enemies at times. Just like you have to go so weirdly back and forth through it because you have like this corner here on the right side where you get the wolves, right? So this is where usually like tons of enemies spawn and elites. And you need to turn around to like walk backwards and around. I just miss Helltides that are not Nahantu. We definitely need more Nahantu Helltides. I think that would go a long way. What's the point of aspect of Earth and Horror in the Druid build? Which Earth cooldown is reduced? Oh, you don't use it for the Earth cooldown reduction. You use it to make Pulverize an Earth skill. Because the aspect of Earth and Horror says Pulverize is now an Earth skill. And if Pulverize is an Earth skill, Pulverize profits from the Earth stuff. Probably not efficient at all, but I've been using Whisper Caches on my Sork. I mean, Whisper Caches are insane, sir. That's what we're doing here right now. We're also doing Whisper Caches. But we do them together with Helltides. Like, doing normal Whispers is often not as much worth it as doing the Helltide Whispers. Because enemies are harder in Helltides than in normal dungeons, and usually there's a bigger elite density, providing you with more experience. Plus, you can get invaded. And more elites is also more journey XP for your seasonal. Right? Good. Please invade me. Thank you very much. Appreciate a good invasion, guys. Hello there, a ring. I wonder how many aspects I'm getting this time around. It's like always the big question during leveling. When you get to level 60 and you're like, do I have the aspect of da-da-da? Do I have the aspect of yiddy-yiddy, yada-yada? Bingo-bongo, triple-dee-dibbly-dibbly-doo. Right, and then you figure out, oh great, I don't have a single one of the key aspects I need. Which can't actually happen this time around because you need like aspect of moonrise and stuff like that. So generic aspects that you should have already, hopefully. What do you need to do to stay in Raging Bear all the time? You need either like you need the cooldown reduction temper for your bear form, for your bear ulti. So step 1, cooldown reduction tempers. Step 2 would be the duration temper if you can't get it to overlap. How are you today? Extremely good, sir. And we got a Tuesday. Our grass is growing outside. The children are happy. We're getting some visitors tomorrow. We're not having crippling debt. so life's good, I guess. Best opinion to farm up, best place to farm Opticide. I farm Opticide mostly with strong rooms, unless I want to do some Infernal Hordes with a chat. The problem is that the Infernal Horde timer is bugged, and whenever the Infernal Horde timer is not working, then I hate the Infernal Horde. When the Horde timer is working, I love the Infernal Horde. I mean, monkey brain, be happy when timer does work, because timer ticking up, like ether counter ticking up makes me happy. I mean, the Hydra build, I'm loving it. Well, I'm happy that you are enjoying the Hydra build. I try to make it as accessible as possible. I mean, let's not forget about the most efficient way to farm Opticide needs to be also fun, or you're gonna die inside, right? I mean, if I now tell you that, like, you know, doing this and that is the most efficient, and you're gonna be like, this is super boring, I hate life. And I'm gonna tell you to suck it up, you little shit. And deal with it. And you're gonna be like, but Pony, I hate life. Patch already? Tonight. Sir, tonight. Should we have moved today's stream to tonight and be like, new patch, big changes, much wowzers? Probably. Or we could also make a stream that's called Buff Druid Go Bonkers tomorrow. Right? Right, chat? Surely. Because, by the way, tomorrow is a Druid stream. Because I want to try out, like, the Druid. Don't worry, we'll get the Barbarian fully flashed out too, Torment 4, everything. Do I grind out my Pulverized Druid to be able to kill tier 4 bosses? Pulverized Druid can really easy kill tier 4 bosses. Like Pulverized Druid was one of my easiest tier 4 Belials. It's actually crazy how simple you can make it work. So just FYisens. In case you didn't know. Okay, Chad, I'm like, right now it looks like I could be 50 in 15 minutes, maybe. I mean, if I do the strongholds, the last 2 strongholds, that would give me to 57. I mean, this one is going to give me to 56. Oh, we're making progress. Okay, that one here, 2-handed weapons, is going to be insane. They're going to have so much damage bonus to what we have. So that's 19 plus, that's 9 plus. As I said, so much. This is looking like a 3 hours probably, so same speed as the Sorg. It would be impressive for the Barbarian. But it would also be cheating considering that I use runes for leveling. Heartseeker with Astral Pillar. Yeah, I can imagine that. That sounds reasonable. You're gonna keep the enemies away from you while your Heartseeker just blasts away. Okay, next chest. A mace, you say? That's amazing. I need a cinder. Thank you very much. No double hell tide, right? No double. Oh, wow. The boss is back. That's huge, chat. That's huge. The hell tide boss is back. That really doesn't happen often. I don't actually know what the exact refresh timer is, right? But if that happens during leveling, it's the best thing that can happen to you. Okay, you're cool, bruh. Which class would you recommend to go as a second character? Well, if you only played Hydra Sorc so far, I would say you should go for Druid, or you're going to feel super weak. Druid or Necro? What's that? Well, I mean, I can do now 2 full Whispers by killing the boss and finishing the middle quest. I can do 2 full Whispers and get such an insane XP boost due to that. I mean, this is the equivalent of a double Hell Tide, right? You get XP for finishing the guy and getting the 5 favors. And then you also get XP for handing it in. And you can do it twice, which makes it even better. So that's a level up. And then we're gonna go for another level up. And then we're gonna teleport over there. And we got 2 more. So how many do we have? Virus, we have Crusaders, Monument, and that's actually it. So Virus and Crusaders Monument is like 1 whole level, pretty much. Because that's how much XP they provide. So that would be like my 60 then. Something like that. Oh, that is... Oh shit, I need to open that. Bad. Sorry, chat. That was my gardening robot. My vroom vroom. I've been waiting for. I only need to lay the earth cable for him. 30 meters of cable in the garden. Yay! But I got my pickaxe yesterday for that, so that's good. The cable do energy cable, electricity. Because the robot can't be close to the outlet. There is too much, like there needs to be ground between robot outlet. Because he can't do the incline. There's too much of an incline between outlet and thingy. So I need to dig a ditch. A very long ditch. How far in Tormentor can the mini necker go with just one button pressing? Up Torment 4. When you're not really doing much, you have your minions and then you do like some corpse explosions, some like revive a corpse every 8 seconds, throw a blight in between, pull enemies together. Like you don't do much. Where are you from? I'm from Germany, where the Germans live. And all the other people too. Good. We get that whisper, then we're missing 2. Oh, I could do, that's actually really good. I could do the Legion event. Legion event is usually really nice, so that's going to be easy fast track to power. Them thought you were American. Nope. Living in the good old Germany. Also quite okay with living in Germany. I mean, would I like to pay less tax? Yeah, sure, but who doesn't want to pay less tax, right? It's okay. My latest tax accountant has been doing a good job. So I'm not too fussed about it. It still stresses the living bejesus out of me though, right? As a self-employed person, you just never feel like you have enough money on your bank account. It's always going to be, but what if the next tax comes? Can we even buy this? But what if tax comes? Tax will come. It's the constant existence since I started being self-employed. I think every self-employed person can emphasize. It's always like that. It doesn't matter if you calculated everything. It doesn't matter if you have enough actually on your bank, right? It's still going to be like, but the tax is coming. The tax. And then if you think you have enough, they'll still find a reason to screw you over, right? As a non-self-employed person, you also feel like there's not enough in your bank. Well, based, I guess, how the kids would say nowadays. You know, let's get here the XP buff, because don't forget, chat, like I feel like this is what a lot of people forget, but actually, like, going to Legion events and going there early supplies you with a consistent XP buff on top of all the XP buffs we're having anyways. So we have like the XP buff from drinking a potion, right? We have an XP buff from having people close by, and we're getting the XP buff from like doing the Legion event. I feel like that XP buff gets forgotten. They actually nerfed the XP buff though, right? From the Legion events, didn't they? Used to be actually a main reason why Legion events were something you did, because it did provide with like a nice little XP buff. So usually you would jump into a difficulty, right? You would get into World Tier 2, in case you forget about World Tiers. There used to be World Tiers, right? So we get into World Tier 2 and then World Tier 3, but you would do the early jump into the World Tier, because if you did the early jump into the World Tier, you could join a Legion event where you technically weren't like strong enough for, and you would get your ass beaten. But if you were able, like, with level 15 or so to get into World Tier 2, then you get, like, such a huge XP boost, it wasn't even funny anymore. And with Legion events, I mean, they're gonna increase the materials you get from Legion events to a degree, yes. You were able to get these stacks fast while mounted. Yes, if you jumped on your mount and jumped next to the fire and then stood around, then you would actually stack them up to 15 stacks, I think. There's no tomorrow. And the good thing is to do a Legion event in a Helltide area, that the Legion events drops you cinders. There's actually the double trouble here, right? So we're getting cinders as we're doing the Legion event. So I can hand these cinders in for bonus XP. What mythic has the most priority in Hydra Sorg? Starless Skies is definitely better than Harlequin Crest. Despite Harlequin Crest giving the cooldown reduction and the 4 ranks to everything, a normal helmet can do the same with ranks to Hydra Sorg, where the Starless Skies provides you with a 50% multiplier that none of your other ring aspects kind of lives up to. So I feel like the Starless Skies, for me personally, over Harlequin Crest. I know a lot of people like the cooldown reduction of Harlequin Crest on the Hydra Sorg, but I fared extremely well without it, and I wouldn't need it to, like, clear Pit 100. The Starless Skies would help there. Because it just provides, like, so much attack speed, right? That it makes your Hydras attack faster, and, like, the crit chance you don't actually need. But if you get the crit chance from there, you can move some other stuffs around, so that's actually useful. Capstone Dungeons. I miss Capstone Dungeons. I still will die on this hill that removing Capstone Dungeons was a mistake. I feel that the pits that increase the Torment tier should be special pits. So if I go into the pit and do a pit 10, and if I do a pit 25 and a pit 35 and so on, these pits should be special pits. They should be having a different level design, and they should be like having a certain boss always in there. Because there are capstone pits, right? There are pits there to get you to the next jiggy-majiggy. And I would really enjoy that if they were somewhat different, personally. Might be just the only one, but for me, that would be a big thing. Okay, I teleport out. So that was a whisper. That gives me to 58 almost. Would also be cool if that T2 special pit would give you at least 1 GA. Yeah, for example. What the fuck do you play as your first build? Whatever you find interesting, sir. There is no you should or should not play this. Like, if this is your first time playing, World's your oyster. You anyways don't care about any kind of depth or whatsoever. And later, swapping between builds is actually rather fluid. So it's not like if you start with a certain build, then you're going to be locked in for that build and you're absolutely unable to swap to another build. That is not the case. Right? Try hard. Good to see you there. Howdy, partner. Best way to get Opticide is still strong rooms. Hasn't changed since the last time someone asked. Obviously, you might have not heard it. How are you already 240 Paragon points, but level 57? Paragon points are shared between characters. So if you in a season have your Paragon points up, they're up for every character. Which obviously is a really cool thing for all your characters. Free respec is amazing. Free respec is a thing that every single ARPG should have. Making respecking in any way inaccessible is not difficulty, is not good, and is not in any way, like, not shit. Right? I'm calling you out, Path of Exile 2. I'm sorry. If your reskilling is not for free and not super simple, that's just bad game design. Because it's not making your game harder or cooler to make reskilling difficult. It kills creativity in builds, yeah. I mean, to this day, in Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2, I'm better off making myself a new character than trying to reskill a character. And I did try to reskill a couple of characters. I ran out of money. Like, it's literally, let's say you're playing a warrior, and you see someone do a cool build, you're better off making yourself a brand new warrior and try to emulate the build than reskilling your existing one. And that's just sad. I'm sorry, that's just not good game design. And I will die on this hill, no matter how much some people seem to like wasting their time and resources for a simple act as reskilling your character. Just weird to me how people can be like, no, I don't want respec to be for free because I need to feel the consequences of taking the wrong skills. You know what the consequences of taking the wrong skills? That your build sucks, right? That's the consequence. Your build's ass and your character's shit. That's the consequence. There's no other bonus consequence needed. And the consequence is realizing that you're bad and you need to look up things. That's the consequence. Someone said it the right way. If a game, and this goes for any game, okay, guys? Games are allowed to introduce difficulty, and games are allowed to introduce friction, right? But if there's so much friction in a game that you're shaving at anything you're doing, right? Like you're trying to turn around to the left side, but you need to do a QRT event. You're trying to turn around to the right side, but there's another real-time event. You're trying to open up your inventory, but there's a 50% chance that opening your inventory fails. Yeah. You know? Like if there's just too much of that, then it's not a challenge anymore. It's just shaving and annoying. And it's gonna be blah. That's actually what happened to me with Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'm not saying Kingdom Come Deliverance is a bad game, right? It's a good game. It actually has an interesting story. But there was, for me personally, so much tedium in the game that at some point I was just like, yeah, I kind of lost joy on the way. I just didn't want to finish the game. And that was kind of like halfway through, or even 1/3 through, right? I didn't even get to see the big city. Because I already reached the point where I'm just like, Lasai. So yes, challenge good, tedium not good. I was standing outside of Astor's lair checking my phone when Ixfel spawned in my face. Ixfel is a weird one, yes, move face. I don't even know how he comes to be, right? Is reactive ooze a staple? Any build that's using resource profits from reactive ooze, yes. Reactive ooze is an absolute no-brainer. And if you're not using reactive ooze, you're stupid! Stupido! I don't want the game to become even more D3 like me neither. I want the game to be D4. In a good way. Does that mean we should ignore D3 stuff? No, absolutely not. There's nothing wrong with introducing D3 stuff to the game if you do it in a D4 style. Right? Did they fix the Stronghold Opticite glitch? I am not aware of a single Stronghold Opticite glitch, sir. So, maybe. Is there another Stronghold I can do? I can hand in my chest. So we're almost, ladies and gentlemen, at 60 in 3 hours. So same speed as the Sorg. That's crazy. Love to see it. Tilzaxi, thank you for the brand new subscription. Tilzaxi, that's very kind of you. Thank you for keeping this stream up and running with your support. everyone that's actually here and watching. The Diablo 4 super fans. By the way, it's your fault, community, that we're doing Barbarian today. I was not planning to do it. I was loath to do it because I was not so interested into Barb. But I've got enough comments on YouTube under the videos about when's Barb that I did it. So, yes, I do read your comments. Yes, you forced me to doing this. I don't regret it. I'm always having fun when I hang out with you lads. So don't worry about that. But you're literally responsible for this right now. That we're playing what we're playing. Oh, goodness Christ. Yes, get invaded. Have the worm puke on you. See, that's what I'm missing in, like, in normal zones, right? Only Helltides sometimes give you the feeling that stuff's happening in the world, that the world is actually reactive to what you're doing. I would wish they would take this to another notch still. Like, I feel the Helltides are more dangerous than they have been in the beginning of the game. But I kind of want them to take this even further. More brutal. Even more demons hunting you, right? Hellborn, like, jumping out of the Black Hawk. Trying to take you down. Left, right, and center. Like, first it's one Hellborn, then you get aggravated, then it's two Hellborn, then it's like 5. Later it's 10 Hellborn trying to jump down your throat, trying to choke you out. Like, I always feel like spending time in the Helltide should be a increasing difficulty, right? It shouldn't stay as difficult as it is. Like, the longer you stay in, the more dangerous it gets. They kind of did this with a Helltide hunting meter. But I just wish they would have thought it further, right? Like, that it becomes a real risk reward. So if I spend like 30 minutes in the Helltide, that at some point it's getting so chock full of minions that are trying to kill me that I just have to leave or die. Yeah, after 10 Hellborns, there are 3 Butchers. I wouldn't even care if it was that way, right? But there should be like, I stay longer, I get more cinders, but the longer I stay, the more dangerous it gets, right? I mean, worst case scenario, give me a debuff that also, like, increases the damage I take. But I would like something like that. Because then I can, like, if I want to, I spend just 10 minutes in the Helltide, right? I get my 250 chest, I'm done. I did my Whispers, I'm fine. Like, I have no skin in the game, right? I have no reason to keep being in the Helltide. But if I wanted to stay in the Helltide, right, and just go crazy, there would be a reason to. I don't feel punished XP-wise if you're not spamming the pitch. Yeah, sir, but what are you trying to do? I mean, if you try to get to Paragon 300, then may your soul be blessed anyways. But, yeah, otherwise, like, you're racing against no one but yourself, right? Come on, one more chest. One more chest. Like, right? Decided to the Barb overall. No community forced me. They forced me. We're like, you do Barb right now or we cry. And I was like, no, please don't cry. They should bring back the item that makes 10 Helltides 10 levels higher. You're talking about the mine cages, and yes, we should have mine cages. We should have mine cages for any piece of content, something. Like, we are missing individual content juicing. This is probably the only feature. Like, I hate when creators do this. Okay, like, first and foremost, chat, please. I hate when creators do this. They're like, I wish this game was a bit more like PoE 2. Like, right? Blah, blah, blah. That's, like, the dumbest thing to do. The game needs to be like Diablo 4, but still look at other games and incorporate good mechanics. It doesn't need to be more like game XYZ. It just needs to, like, have a peek at these games and maybe take what's good and incorporate it in a nice way. That being said, the one good thing that Path of Exile does is that you individually decide how hard content is, right? You decide if you want to do a map with 1 affix or 7 affixes, right? Do you want to do a normal map, magic map, or a rare map? That's what you can decide, and that's amazing. And that's something that I'm missing in Diablo, that I can decide I want to do a normal Helltide or I want to do a mythic Helltide. I want to do a normal Infernal Horde or I want to do an ultra Infernal Horde, right? Where everything is like 8 times as difficult, just because I want to, right? We don't have a build link yet, Wendell. I'm sorry. We're going off like some of our old level builds from Season 8 and Season 7 with this right now. There will be a planner coming later today. Right now, it's more like seeing what works. I mean, it's pretty much just Lunging Strike together with Shouts and a Jump. And then Wrath of the Berserker. Nothing too special. The thing is, it's also the build, or it's also very similar to what we're going to be playing towards the end game. So that's why I choose to go with this, because later, like, Lunging Strike leveling is so easy because of the Moni Tech Rune combo. But later, you can then take this leveling and actually just continue doing it with the Hooves of the Mountain God. So we're looking just to get the prime level now, to get to Torment, and then we get our Hooves of the Mountain God boots. And can keep playing what we're playing here pretty much. Favorite token warning, favorite token warning. Wait, did I pick up the aspect for Dust Devils in between? Without paying attention? Okay. Almost 60. One more, chat. One more. Last chest that we haven't done. Come on, invade me. Do it now. Is double GA Blue Growth worth anything? Not like, I mean, every double GA item is worth something. You'll probably find someone that gives you $1 billion for it. Always find someone that gives you $1 billion for something. It's a supply and demand market. Post it in trade chat, selling Blue Rose double GA, and hope someone answers you. You can always pray and hope. Oh, someone said he wants to buy my Azure Wrath. Devs, is that you little shit? Are you trying to buy mine? Did one of my community members find my 4GA Azure Wrath online and is trying to buy it? There's a world, chat. Why are some uniques account bounds, others aren't? Everything that you open up from caches is account bound. So from the Tree of Whispers, from your reputation caches, that stuff is always account bound. Okay. If you open up, if you find something on the ground, that is not account bound. Okay. So Tree of Whispers, account bound. Seasonal caches, account bound. Seasonal journey caches, account bound. Caches from reputation, account bound, all that kind of stuff. That's also why the reputation caches are so good, because you can't get anything that you can introduce to the economy, right? These items are meant for you and yourself alone. You're close to 3 hours now? Yeah, I just need to like kill the last minions and then we get it. Come on, sub 3 hours, chat! Sub 3 hours! Woo, ladies and gentlemen! Rogue was 246, Barbarian was 259. I did actually not expect Barb to be this fast. Let's do it! Woo! Let's actually open up a chest now, because if I open up a chest now, it has 750 gear. It's very important. So if you are 60, okay, and you open up a chest, 750 gear. So if I get a weapon right now, it would be a 750 weapon. But if I get a chest piece, it's also a 750 chest piece. I don't get why they're combo when they drop from caches, because caches are always, especially the reputation caches and the seasonal journey caches, they're always very good and very juiced. So they give you usually extreme rewards, and that's why they're account bound, to like have you also use these extreme rewards for yourself. If that makes any sense to you. Okay, now that we get into this point, now we can open up Horadric stuff again, because that Horadric stuff that you get out of here is also going to be 750, okay? That's why you try to open this as late as possible, because it does actually matter. Earthquakes deal increased damage, and their damage is converted to fire. Yeah, I was not looking for that, but... Oh no, Groundstorm creates an earthquake. I actually need that aspect. Because, this is one of the main damage aspects, right? So, Groundstorm creates an earthquake, and I get 100% more damage when I stand inside of it. Ta-da. Very useful. Now we're going to go to the den before we go anywhere else. We're not going to roll Purveyor, no. I tried to get like 750 gear quickly right now, so I can just jump into Torment 1. I can even jump into Torment 1 without 750 gear. But yet, during the leveling, you always get at least some pale marks, right? And that pale mark, you usually invest into a movement aspect cache, defensive aspect cache, and a... Can you open these? Because this is going to give you now 750 items. So again, 750 helmet, 750 chest, 750 boots. Couldn't be simpler, right? Then we could restock one time. 750. 750. And utility. Why utility? Amulet and gloves. See, that's a bunch of 750 items. Pretty good. Purveyor is being rolled when you're one further. Oh shit, things is selling. Okay, let me see, Chan. I need to lock out quickly. Give me a second. Actually, I could have sold it from that character. I'm an idiot. Where is my Azure Wrath? Azure. So I'm currently selling this one here, chat. I'm waiting for someone to add me. So we can actually stay on the BART. The Pirate BART. The Penetrating Shot Rogue I see you play on YouTube is pretty fun. We uploaded the build guide screen for the Penetrating Shot Rogue. It's super fun. The good thing about the Penetrating Shot Rogue is that you can farm everything before. What does that mean? So before you even start playing the Penetrating Shot Rogue, the Azure Wrath can be farmed on any other character, right? The T-Bolt's Will can be farmed on any other character. The Penitent Greaves can be farmed on any other character. So all the stuff you actually need for the build can be farmed beforehand. Apart from the Cowl of the Nameless. So it's really fun. Like, you actually get there, you get to 60, and you can have it, right? And that what makes the build so good. Double Lost, thank you very much. We added him. Take the 4GA Azure Wrath. Don't accidentally disenchant it. So Double Lost, invite to party. Hello, Mr. Double Loss. Where are you? From Sweden. I'd request trade. There's that 4GA, 29%. Everything oopsie daisies. Now we're waiting for him to type in the amount of money. That's 15 billion. Thank you. Lock in offer. Accept trade. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, that's that. That's that. Okay, let's put in the first Paragon points. And jump into Torment 1 without, wait, no, like we have an aspect, yeah. We should be able to jump into Torment 1 without anything. There's always my favorite jump here. Let's get into Torment 1 now. You could have sold the Azure Wrath for more, but I'm happy with 15, right? I don't need to get like 50 billion. I am fine with the amount I get there. Right, I just wanted to get rid of it and move on. Okay, who actually gives me Hooves of the Mountain God? Who knows that, ladies and gentlemen? It's actually for Barb. I'm the least knowledgeable on who drops what. What's the highest Pit Row can do? Pit 107 currently. Realistically, you're going to cap out on Pit 90 unless you're willing to go really crazy. My Rogue right now, Pit 85 with the current level of build I have. And in order to go further, I need to do triple Masterworks. And that's one of the big problems with a lot of the builds right now. They only get further with a perfect triple Masterworks. And that's like kind of stings, right? I don't want to be able to do Pit 100 only with triple Masterworks. If my build can't do Pit 100 without triple Masterworks, then I don't want it. That's also why we're going to max out the Druid, because the Druid is the easiest to Pit 100 in my humble opinion. As the Druid, without triple crit super Masterworks, should be able to do Pit 100. Beast of Ice gives you the boost. Ooh. I mean, we're doing Belial anyway, so it's not like we're actually doing the Beast of Ice, right? We'll do Belial. Just needed to know what loot to click. So we're currently not changing anything in the skills. We keep playing the normal Lunging Strike. We will swap some skills around at some point. Not right now, though. We should have our skill make things vulnerable. I think that would be better. A 4GA Rage of Harrogath. No, you should never keep 4GA items. You will find an idiot who pays you billions for that. I mean, you can sell a 4GA item usually for 99 billion or 50 billion, and then you buy yourself just a 2GA item for cheap, or a grade 1GA or something like that, right? Like you don't require 2GA stuff usually. Okay, that was easy. Torment 1, no problem. The rule is sadly don't use 4GA items, right? That is and stays the rule of thumb. And it's stupid. It shouldn't be like that, right? We should be happy about 4GA items, and you should be like, wow, I want to use this 4GA item because I'm so excited. But it's like, nah, brother Christ, listen. Ignore that. Do not play. Please sell it. And just YOLO about getting all the resources. Which Horadric Jewels am I going to play? We're going to play Idol from Below, that's for sure. And then I'm out of materials to make others. Cool. Hey, chat, let's play Idle from Below and then be out of materials to play others. Good, 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 good. Goody, goody, good, 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 good. Very happy, very happy, very happy. First board we need is the Warbringer board. What would Warbringer do again? Maybe only 4 to 5, but it would allow us to get Fury. Ah, I see why we're doing this. Get more Fury. Then we get Blood Rage. Actually live with that for now. We'll play around with a few different board options, like that we laid out beforehand. And yet decided, you know, what the final layout is going to look like. Okay, Fury on kill. We need the Shard of Varathiel. Wait a second. I have a problem. We can't, like, for the Shard of Varathiel, I need to do... Helltide. Infernal Hordes, right? If I'm not mistaken. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I need to do Helltides. Unless I kept one. I'm not sure if I actually kept one because I usually make sure to have one with me. Okay, let's see, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think? Can we just, without any things, just kick Torment 1 Belial? Should be possible, right? Usually Torment 1 Belial is really easy. Oh, I need some more aspects. We're feeling weak, chat. This is bad. Oh, I can't hit him because there's a poison pool right before it. That's great. We can kill him right now, but damage not as good as I would like it to be. Can't attack him again. Almost died to poison. Yeah, we can kill him, chat, but we can't kill him good. Ah, Mom! No, I did actually completely ignore the fact that he would do that. Do you read your chat? No, Furious. I don't read my chat. Seriously, like, get a load of that guy, chat. Do you read your chat? Seriously. You know what we should do? We should put on the 2 main aspects. You know? That like, give me a second. Moonrise. Obviously, on your 2-handed weapon. And adaptability. Right? We're doing a basic skill build. Moonrise and adaptability are giving you insane damages. So obviously, Moonrise and adaptability are the insane damage. Imagine reading chat in 2025. Exactly. Aren't you just milking your viewers for money in 2025? And just ignoring anything they have to say? Like last time I checked, that was how it works here. Right? No galaxy, no talk. Yeah, look at how much damage we're suddenly dealing. Surprise! Who would have guessed? But putting on the aspects that give you all your damage actually gives you all your damage. Great! I can't hit him again. Please don't kill me, Dad. No, kill him before I counterattack him again because I need to run through poisonous pools. Good. Wow. Definitely better damage. I mean, it's a 120% multiplier together with a 90% multiplier. Right? Good. We got Belial's Husk for Beast of Ice, you said, right? Okay, that gives us the Hooves of the Mountain God. 82% and 87%. Nice. So we get that. Then we get the Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets, which we also need. And we get the Ancient Oath that we don't need. But see, we got 2 items that we need already. Amazing. Good. What would be the next? I want the Ugly Bastard Helmet and the Rage of Haragath. Wasn't that from... Grégoire? Like, really, on Barbarian, I always have to guess because I never remember what comes from where. Lord Zur? Okay. I mean, what would be the next best item? What do you think? Like, what do we want rather? For most damage. I would probably the Ring of Red Furor. Do that. Shard of Varathiel. I mean, we also need Ramaladin's Magnum Opus. So Ramaladin's would be from Greek, if I'm not mistaken, right? Isn't Ramaladin's from Greek? Okay, we get the Rage of Haragath, guys, with a 60%. So that's PogChamp. Pibbity PogChamp. Done. We also can use the 200x expertise nowadays. So Rage of Haragath done as well, ladies and gentlemen. Going places. Damage is rising. Chat, damage is rising. Tons. Wait, Ramaladin's Magnum Opus is from Zur? Really? How am I not aware of that? I always assumed it was from Greg. Oh. Huh. I mean, it's funny how quick you get all the items if you actually, like, you know, have the materials. Zur. Oh, there's the sword. Got it. With a 0.39, that's fine-ish. Right? Oh, can I actually even play that? Or is it going to drain too much resource? Yeah, our damage went up significantly. Chat, we're going places. We went from barely doing any damage to quick doing damage. Right? No, I thought I would survive that. Is Barbarian a rich people character? I would not play Barbarian as my first character, as Barbarian has just 4 weapons that you will have to equip. So it usually, at least for me, does feel better to play Barbarian as my second or third char, as you will already have some resources to pour into him. So not necessarily a rich person character, but definitely to the point where it's like, yeah, sure, you'll have to put in resources. By the way, we could play Reactive Ooze to get my resource up faster. And the Reactive Ooze should also work very good with the Shard of Varathiel, right? So wait, you're saying we need to kill Lord Zur another time for the helmet, right? If I even want the helmet. I haven't decided if I want it yet. I took that hit like a man. Didn't flinch, chat, for a second. Totally didn't. Okay, like, right now, though, I still have to say, like, I was expecting more power gain from the things I put on, right? So we have, like, now 1, 2, 3, 4 uniques put on, right? And the power gain feels minimal. Right? It's not like, wow, I just got so much stronger. Okay, that is a 23, 35, 33. So it doesn't feel like crazy. We also haven't spent many Paragon points, so that's definitely something to look at. We have to use the Lunging Strike dual wield, right? Yeah. Oops. I always forget to change that. True about that, good sir. Maybe we should change that weapon. Whee! How did you change the weapon selection again when you're doing that? I forget the key for it, chat. That's how few I played the Barbarian at times. Press S. Was it S for changing? No. Press S and then you can change. That's what you're saying. Yeah. That's how few we were playing it at times. 2.28. So we didn't get the helmet yet. Are we sure Xur drops the Ugly Bastard's helmet? Don, thank you for the 34 centuries of support. Don, how are you doing? Thank you very much. Is it fine for a first char? Druid is fine for a first char. Absolutely. Don. Pleasure. Good to see you there. Druid, Sorg, Necro, each are very fine for a first char. Okay, let's see how much more damage we're now dealing that we got the Ramaladins in our hand. By the way, I think I have a shard saved up. Let me double check. See, I should have... No, I don't have a shard of Varathiel. I was pretty sure that I had one because I wanted to make sure to not come into this situation where I will need it. Okay, so now Lunging Strike is using dual wield. Let's see. Yeah, that's feeling more like it. It's more like we're actually doing damage. Right? That's good. That's good. We like it. Kitty, thank you for the 19 centuries of Subber Dubbers. Dom, welcome back. We're doing very well. I mean, we're playing Barb, even though we didn't want to play Barb. Chat forced me to. So here we are, enjoying ourselves. Oh, yay. Greater affix one with a worse multiplier. And we get the helmet. Good. So, now the only thing that's missing is... I mean, do we actually want to play that? Let me see. It's dropping from Varshan. We're finally doing reasonable damage to him. Oh, I'm so dead. Good. Yeah, Ring of Red for War if you don't have Starless, because that one would give you attack speed, crit chance, and maximum resource, right? I can see how that is not a terrible choice. So here, this is the Ring of Red Furor. There's attack speed, crit damage, fire resistance. It seems reasonable. To have or not to have. Oh, we're fully uniqued out. Full set here. Max resource is by far your best set. I can see that. I mean, as we're going to be playing with Remeladin skills, using this weapon deal increased damage per point of fury you have, but 10 fury per second drain. So you want to have like way more fury. Only attack. Okay, so I do have something, Chad. I kept this just in case I wanted to play the Barbarian. Not because I was actually planning to play this, right? Because I never know if I want to give it a go, but yeah. Who drops those? The Pain Gorgers or dropping from the Beast of Ice? See, 7 ranks to basic skills. And 20% attack speed. Okay. So now we need a Shot of Varathiel. But we also need, we also need a amulet with greater affix to strength.
Not a bad pull, that.
3 to heavy-handed. Duelist. Maximum resource. Wait, can I not use maximum resource for this, chat? Wait, hold on for a minute. If maximum resource is my best stat, right? And not take just a greater affix to maximum resource and then just reroll the cold resistance into strength, for example? I'd be good about it. You know? So why is maximum resource so important, by the way? Just FYI. Because you're playing the aspect of adaptability that gives you 0.6 or 0.9 increased damage for each point of primary resource you have. So if I do have 200 primary resource, that's quite a nice damage booster, right? Technically. I mean, that being said, I don't know if heavy-handed or duelist are in any way good, so I'll be having to look that one up. And since we're pretty much standing still, I guess we're going to be playing intercom on a ring, right? So I'm standing still. Intercom makes sense. We currently have here standing still is Earthquake. We got Aspect of Moonrise. That one is going to get shot. Okay, so we need to do a like a tier 6 horde. Let's see how well we can do this. I'm not sure if it's worth it to farm the Shot of Varathiel in tier 1, though. We should probably go for tier 2, at least. Right? I mean, this is looking great, right? Chan? And we could definitely walk into Torment 2 right now. I obviously deal all the damage, so doing this in Torment 1 is a waste of my time right now. So I'd say let's quickly just walk into Torment 2. Because you're gonna like get one unique or so from this, so getting the shard is like extremely low chance. Let's just clear this wave here quickly and then get out. Is the upcoming patch gonna make Barb S tier? Nope. Nothing meaningful gets buffed on the barb. I think like the Hooves of the Mountain God, what do you even want to masterwork there? Ranks to belligerence. The game is just sleeping. It's fine, chat. Sometimes the game wants to sleep. All right, you know what we could do? We could also quickly masterwork the Ring of Red Furor, right? Just quickly masterwork that. Let's try to hit the maximum resource. Let's try to hit the maximum resource. Yes. Look at it, chat. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. I guess you want to ram Aladdin's also with maximum resource? Probably. Rather temper your gear. I have no legendary tempers, so that's useless. Maybe seriously, like tempering my gear is completely useless. Okay, we can close the leveling, chat. For now. Good. So far, power curve is fine on the Barbarian. Right? So I like what I see here. It's not as crazy as the other power curves when they're getting their stuff, but we also haven't put like barely any Paragon points in. So there's still, still more to put in. Also, we didn't change our skills yet to accommodate that we're playing now these skills, so we need to change some skills around. So I don't temper usually until I have the right temper recipes, right, Chris? It's also no, like, you know, if I have to rare tempers, no interest. Power level is good. We like the power level. Wonder how much effort it would take me to go into Torment 3, right? I can't imagine it would be too much. Like, the hardest part probably about this is that you're playing many uniques, right? And you can't get easy ancestrals unless you have Belial mats, right? So that's probably the biggest issue I can see with the Barbarian right now. Like, right, I need all these, the Rage Greater Affix, I need the Remeladen's Greater Affix. Luckily, I got that one, right? You, like, end of the day, you want everything Greater Affix, and you're just running around with a bunch of non-Greater Affix shit. Lunging Strike to deal double damage. Yeah, I mean, usually you end up not getting these recipes until you're Torment 4. My rogue look the same. We're using the Ring of Red Furor for maximum resource. Because the Ramaladen's Magnum Opus gives you more damage the more maximum resource you have, and the aspect of adaptability gives you more damage the more maximum resource you have. So having maximum resource is such a double dipping because two aspects. So this one, almost 1% more damage per maximum resource. So I have 205 maximum resource. That's amazing. And then the same goes for the Ramaladen's Magnum's Opus, which gives you skill using increased 0.31 damage per maximum resource. So each point of maximum resource more gives me 1.2% more damage currently. And that on 200 resource is actually 200 plus more damage, right? Kind of good. Yeah, we're Torment 2 now. Technically, you would have to play a T-Bolt's Pens, right? Because T-Bolt also has a greater affix to maximum resource. John.
My hammer sings on
Are we taking the maximum resource trope a bit far? Maybe. Gotta make use of all the random shit I have. Ruby, 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 ruby.
what color and brilliance.
I don't have enough armor to survive. I'm probably gonna get my ass handed to me. Let's try to kill the Lady of the Helltide now. See how much damage we're doing. And now we're gonna try out the Infernal Hordes, right? Also, we gotta put more Paragon points now. I have barely put any Paragon points. Give me a second, Chan. So, let's put some Paragon points. The absolute basics. I need the Wrathglyph, but I don't have that. So we got more Maximum Fury from here. We get Maximum Fury from there, but we need more willpower. That's resistance to all elements that we want to take in the long run. We get the Maximum Fury from here. So now we're gonna go over into the Blood Rage board. This will lead into the Decimator board. So we have 580 armor because I didn't have a way to get more armor yet. Okay, everything just falls over. I mean, suddenly we're dealing up to 1 million damage, so that's kind of nice. Do you think we could kill Torment 2 Belial already? And we're obviously going to get a greater affix Hooves of the Mountain God as well, with ranks to Belligerents. That was good so far. Can't say I'm too disappointed by it. Like right now the power curve is good, but I also have like all the maximum resource stuff. So again, if this would be your first character, I think your power scaling would be atrocious, right? Kiwi, get a C there. Thank you for your 22 months of support. How are you doing? I am very well. Also, Katie, thank you for the 19. Sorry if I missed that. When we get a Tuesday, we get some more Diablo to play. I was actually worried at the beginning of the month that we wouldn't have that much Diablo to play, but it turned out to be better than anticipated this season. So that's a 1++. And we get another 9 days for Wuchang Fallen Feathers, plus minus review, embargo, early access, being able to start a bit sooner. Double good, right? Can I get away with running Doombringer alongside Azure Wrath? Well, you can, but it's just not good. Doombringer is just not good. The normal sword will do you a bit of favor because you need the lucky chance to restore resource. Okay, well, we're just hitting her. Silly. I think I should be able to do an Infernal Horde. I assume getting the Shot of Arathiel is really like the next damage booster for this. Question is rather, how am I going to afford using the Shot of Arathiel? How are we going to afford using that? Okay, let's do the Helltide. Infernal Horde, sorry. Why are we not spending all our Paragon points? Because we're going for a somewhat realistic power curve, right? I mean, damage-wise, we're just sending. Good. With Shot of Arathiel, every hit costs 25 resources, as far as I understand. That means I need to produce more than 25 resource with every hit. Yeah, the build pops when it gets shard and remoulade. I have remoulade in, so I need shard now. Right now, the resource drain seems significant, right? I'm all out of fury most of the time. That's the best in the game right now. Best for what? That's pretty much like, that's the question. Best for what? Because best for pit is not the same as best for overall content. Right? So best for what? Loke. Thank you for the Prime subscription and support. Loke, thank you for spending your Prime sub here. And not somewhere else. And there are builds that are really good at doing Infernal Hordes and the Overworld, Hell Tides, and so on. And there are pits that are better, builds that are better than in diving the pits, but who needs that anyways? It's not like there's anything hidden in there, no loot, no nothing. And there are builds that are good at killing Belial, other builds suck at killing Belials. Some builds do everything. Okay-ish. Summon Hellborn, let's go. I think high speed is the least important factor for build is good. Thank you for saying that. Because I agree. For some reason, every other creator is like, oh, this build does the pit 100, it's good. You know, no, it's not. Who cares if the build does pit 100? If you can only do Belial in 5 minutes. I mean, build gotta do pit 75 and that's it. Pit 75 is what you need to do to finish the seasonal journey. If you're not able to do pit 75, your build sucks, right? Pit 75 should always be the ultimate metric. Still play once human. I know there's a new scenario. The problem is the new scenario is made for team players, and I'm a solo player. Which is sad. Wow, surging Hellborn chat. Let's go. You just got 87 Paragon points for your Druid. Well, you should be farming Varshan, so Hell Tides into Varshan and Uravar to get yourself a Rotten Lightbringer. That's what you're looking to get. That Lightbringer is waiting for you. And then you pretty much jump into Torment 3 right away, as soon as you have it. Because you're obviously broken OP. Yeah, that's a good amount of ether for an early horde. I'll take it. And build doesn't feel bad, but what I don't like is how you, like, your damage is always contained to, like, the actual area where you hit. So you can never leave, like, that area where you're hitting. I don't know how to say that now. I need to pull everyone together to, like, then do damage to them before no damage. Thurston, you open the expertise window. We have the axe expertise running. We didn't see it because we're so fast as fuck, boy. Or we opened it and closed it like bam, bam. You didn't even blink and was already over. Use taunt instead of leap. I mean, leap doesn't have to be used. We'll actually restructure the skills for now, the new reality. So we'll have to move some things around. So few things do you want to change right now. So we don't need here the critical strikes grant you berserking. We need lunging strikes inflicts bleeding because we need some bleeding inflicted, at least a little bit of bleeding. Then we don't need the what anymore. We rather want to have the cooldown reduction. That one stays. That one stays. This one stays. We could put one point in there, but we don't need to. We kind of want to have the challenging shout instead of this. So we can remove this. We can remove that. Put points in here. Remove this. We can get the challenging shout done. And this. We will overpower inevitably. We have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We don't need these points anymore. We don't use bludgeoning weapons, and we don't use two-handed weapons. But we use the attack speed while you have one-handed weapons. And then we also want to use heal if we use fury, right? Yeah. And now I have 3 points too much that I can still spend somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 spent there. We got that one knocked out. I'm just gonna make double sure. We need to also go for maximum fury, and we need to go for grant more fury. Thank you. These are important because now we generate more fury and we got more maximum fury. So it's 262 fury already. 260 fury, like, so my skills are giving me over 260% bonus damage. So right now, due to fury, I'm getting 300% bonus damage. This also explains finally how to stay like fully furied up at any point. Because with the reactive ooze and the bonus fury we're generating, you're actually really good. Brad, take care, brother. Thank you for the time you had spending it here. One Ether Lord after the other, stepping out. Come on, give me that Shard of Arathiel. So with these skill point changes, we're doing more damage now. That's nice to see. We've probably done these skill point changes at reaching Torment tier and just going for the one-handed dual wield attacks. Specific boss you should be farming. I get Lightbringer already. You need to get Insatiable Fury, and that is from Gregoire, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, lads, how much damage are you taking? He's getting clapped. Okay, Chad. Well, it was simple. Oh, I got a sword with a greater affix, chat. Let's go. Is that not what we needed? That is what we needed. Do 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 do. So that is now officially the Shard of Arathiel, chat. That is not true. I got Ramaladin's Maximum Opus instead of a Shard of Arathiel, but it's actually a Ramaladin's that is as good as mine, but it has the maximum resource. Ta-da. And we get the shard with a 100%. Okay, let's see if I can afford this. Can I afford using that shard, or is it going to make everything too expensive? We'll have to see about that.
good in it.
Trap Rogue is lagging out Hell Tides. I'm not surprised. Okay, let me just do a PID 30. Let's just see how we're vibing here now. Elemental Brawn board games. I haven't looked at it. Okay, so my basic skill costs now 25 Fury, but we're generating way more Fury than that, so we're instantly doing insane damage. Okay, that's good. That's an 8 million. Damn. Well, that feels good. Pulverizing. Oh, that was 12 million, chat. We get it. Cool. That's working relatively well. Futska, thank you for the 86 months of support. Futska, greetings. So do we think I could just jump into Torment 3 now? No, not Torment 3 Belial, but just Torment 3 as a pit tier. I don't think so, right? I'd have to spend some more Paragon points. I mean, we've I'll activate board number 3 and then we'll see if I can do it. The purple beam is the seasonal power called Disintegrate. What is a Torment 3 requirement? Well, you want to make sure that your armor's actually like armoring and that your resistances are resistancing and that you do first and foremost enough damage. Because if you're not doing enough damage, then you can't do it. We're testing this build right now. Well, we're trying to get it running and max it out and see how you like where the strength lie in the build and where the damage comes from. Like how do you scale it? Where do you get the power in the build from and that kind of stuff? Right? Okay, next Paragon board would be Decimator. Decimator is good because it gives me 20% damage to vulnerable and overpower deals 20% increased damage as well. What do we have here? We have more life, more damage. Damage reduction from vulnerable. It's good. Need a shard? No, I have a shard, Chaos. We have one. Okay, before we jump into any torment tiers, let's see how much damage we deal to our good old friend Belial, Torment 2. And also, which skill is Belligerence, Chan? So the Hooves of the Mountain Gods give us ranks into Belligerence, but which one is Belligerence? Ah, it's that. Damage with a basic skill increases your damage by... Ah, so you want that as a greater affix. I can see that. Because then you just do more damage. So thank you for the offer for the Shard of Varathiel, my friend. We're good currently. Oh, wow. Okay, Chad. Cool, cool. It was pretty good. I'm gonna lie. Kind of efficient, right? It's nice that the Hooves of the Mountain God can just not get lower than 2 ranks to belligerence. You know, any other boots was like 1 to 2 ranks, and there's Hooves of the Mountain God. It's like, nope. Okay, that's nice. Am I considering I have the GA max on resource, GA max on resource, GA max on resource here, right? So we're kind of cheating. And we obviously have the 6 ranks to basic skills, or 7 ranks to basic skills already. Damage is so weird because we're just doing like we're just doing damage, but then we don't, and then we do damage, and then we don't. It's very inconsistent amounts of damage. Right? How do you get the husk for this? You get ambushed by ambush Belial, or you buy them.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Kind of like how it works. I'm gonna have to drink a...
An exquisite on the morrow, traveler.
Okay, let's see if I can do Torment 3 right away. Only 100 Paragon points in. Okay, cool. So, Chad, get all the items. Temper nothing, right? Do some basic masterworking. Torment 3. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, this is far from the realistic power curve now that you would have with if this was your first character, right? But it's still like, if you have the pieces together, the jump is quite good. I'm kind of fine with this. Oh, Kaiser, I don't have 2 ohms, I think. Also thank you for offering, but no bueno. The problem I see a little bit here right now is, in order to go further, I want to double masterwork every resource aspect, right? So, like, I know, like, right into Torment 3, this was easy now. But in order to keep scaling my damage now, I pretty much have to have good masterworks, right? Bit where I see a problem waltzing in. I mean, we also need to get still, like, greater FX weapons. Then in order to, like, get the most damage, maximum resource, double masterwork, preferable triple. Maximum resource, double masterwork, preferable triple. That being said, I still have so much damage to weasel out right now, because I haven't, like, masterworked the Shard of Rathiel, and I still can get the greater affix resource there. I haven't masterworked the Ramaladin's Magnum Opus, right? And it's also not a max roll, so I can get more damage there too. So as much as I like you know, need the perfect masterworks, I still also have a lot of masterworks to do for more power. as much as I'm worried about the power curve, at the same time, it seems quite reasonable. Wrath. Skills that critical strike generate fury. This seems to be like a very good thing to put into my build, right? Not sure if you actually need it. It's the bigger question. This is a lunging strike build. This is a lunging strike build. Yabba dabba doo. And we're not even using the lunging strike double damage temper. So this is something to keep in mind, right? There's a temper for lunging strike to deal double damage, chat. We don't have that yet on. So that's also something to not forget. So you said you are looking at one that is called something with blood. Elemental Brand. Who deals weapon damage of your infusion element over 3 seconds. Dealing up to your infusion element has up to a chance to trigger its secondary effect. The secondary effect of your infusion is the lower one. Deactivates monster chilling wind, right? Which one are we even taking now? We could probably take the resistance one, right? Do you actually play Willbreaker to shatter them and have them take more damage? Probably, right? Yeah. Physical damage shatters and they take more damage. That makes so much sense. Now we probably play... After you cast your catalytic skill, if it's an ultimate, gain bonus attack speed. I could use that together with Wrath of the Zerker. It seems reasonable. Okay, let's hope we're getting a greater affix weapon out of this. We didn't. We didn't. Let's try to get a...
Go one more? What's left, you ask?
Temper. We need the chance to deal leap. Rend. Lunging strike to deal double damage. Okay, so let's shortcut this for a second, chat. You know? Maze. Because I have a bunch of two-handed maces, so I might as well see that I use one of those, right? Resource cost reduction, maximum life. You know, we're going to take this one here with maximum life. And then it's going to get the tempering. Lunging strike to deal double damage. Why is the lunging strike to deal double damage so high? That's stupid, because I literally just have to do I have a pull arm? I don't think I kept any pull arms. I did keep pull arms. Huh. Don't be surprised, John. But yeah, like, isn't that a little bit crazy? I mean, I can just temper both and, like, I have, like, lunging strike deal double damage right away. Okay, as you can see, I have, like, lunging strike right away.
I'll keep my forge hot.
I mean, right, like, obviously over tempering, you can get this without having to spend, but I don't, so I will. There we go. Ta-da. Okay. Cool, cool. And now what you can also do, which is actually absolutely stupid, Chad. So we can make a bunch of topases. And topases actually give you bonus basic skill damage. So you can like just do that. So how much damage are we expecting now, Chan? Let's go into a pit 50, okay? So character is like what now? 4 hours old. Chat, total. Don't use those. Too late. I have those now. See, for pit 50, our damage scaling is there, but not good enough to make it feel like super fast. So you're noticing we need other scalers. So we need our glyphs up at this point. I mean, it's not like I'm not getting it done, but we're not one hitting anymore as the beginning of the beginning of the tier, right? So the pit 35 was like child's play. This is right now resisting police brutality. Beautiful. What I like so far is it makes like that the build makes sense, right? I just get maximum resource and I do more damage. You're curious if we're gonna kill boss on time, sir? Like, I mean, we've not had problems with boss damage so far. We're obviously gonna be able to kill boss on time. This is early pits. Sure, we take a bit longer, but not that long. Right? Oh, ow, ow, ow. Ow, 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 ow. Almost killed me. Uncool nerds. They're resisting. Oh, no. Oh, shadow damage killed me. I wonder how much resistance we actually have, because I don't think we have any. Chan. Existing problem. I don't think we have any resistance. So if we actually get hit by any kind of elemental damage from any kind of ability, we just die. Right now, like lightning, shadow, whatever, like anything like that. It's just Joe Ever for us. My resource is not full. Jeez, chat, look. %5 resist when you open a tier 4 Barbarian makes sense. Don't expect to have much. It's a choice though, right? A choice. Surprising that we actually staggered him that quick too, right? Okay, power level a bit weaker than the other classes in terms of scaling. We're also like I did expect like more from the Lunging Strike double damage, right? I expected more from the Lunging Strike double damage temper. It disappointed me a little bit. still powerful. Just a mildly disappointed. Wrath level up. So how much do we have in terms of resistance? Cool. Cool. Are you not tired after playing of hours? Who says I'm not tired? My friend. Yes, playing for hours and hours and hours is tiring, sir. But that's what you sign up for. What can you say? You know what? I kind of forgot. So we went into this, right, with a double damage temper. But we completely forgot to change our aspects. So, you know, when you actually went and you were like, you know, where's the damage? Well, we were doing the same damage as before, but without aspects, you know? So this was essentially the same damage. Yeah, but we just forgot to use aspects. So that's a bit unfortunate. So let's see how we do now when we actually get the aspect. Yeah, that makes sense. That explains a lot. Well, let's take everything back we said before, chat. That's what we want. That's what we wanted to see. Good. Finally, things making sense. $117 million. We like to see it. What Barbarian Season 9 is so bad? I mean, so far the power curve has been really fun. I mean, Season 9 is so bad in comparison to the others, yes, but the power curve to Torment 3 has been an absolute blast. So for someone who just likes to put on uniques and like to become stronger as he puts on uniques, the Barbarian is doing very well. Right? And I mean, I'm tanky. I'm unreasonably tanky too. Right? I don't feel like I should be this tanky. I have no elemental resistance, and yet I am here actually thriving and surviving. And then I die. Yeah, this is a day and night difference with outplaying, you know? We're playing with aspect or playing with no aspects. Camera from the game. It doesn't change the fact of anything I said. Only because I'm terrible at the game doesn't mean that like that it's untrue what I'm spewing. Okay, we're doing 100 million crits, chat. It was good to know. Do we want to know how much damage I would do against tier 3 Belial, chat? I'm not expecting much, but I just want to know. Like, the ease of killing Torment 3 Belial is, for me, also important for a power curve. Right, like, when are you able to go Torment 4? How long would it take for you to kill Torment 3? Oh my goodness, look at the damage. How long would it take? Oh god, I'm gonna be having a hard time versus this. She does lightning damage, and I have, like, 0 lightning resistance. Any of these bosses that wouldn't do lightning, we're fine. But her, We need to stun her. Yeah, that's good. Now we need to kill her fast. Faster! Faster! More damage! Where's the DPS? Will Barbarian good? No. If you want to do hype hits, yeah, but that's what we're saying, sir. We never, no one ever said anything about hype hits, right? So yes, Barb is shitty for hype hits. Facts. Nothing will change that, right? Unless you're playing Necro, Sorg, Druid, or Spiritborn, even Spiritborn, you're not going to do hype hits. I'm going to take you to reach 60, 2 hours and 59 minutes. The 60 journey was amazing. I thought Barb was terrible also until I tried this. Exactly. Like, from, if you're going after the standard content creator power rating, then Barb is bad. But, you know, this is not the question people are asking themselves. People want to, like, see if they can get Torment 4 with something. They want to see how, like, you know, how hard, how easy is it? So I don't expect much damage, by the way. Oh, wow, I could do Torment 3 Belial. That's a joke. So, like, this is important for me. I could now do Torment 3 Belial if I want to. And I feel like I shouldn't be able to do this. I mean, obviously, it's inefficient, so doing Torment 3 Belial is not something you should do right now. But that I can even do it is kind of crazy. I think. I mean, now, like, without masterworking. Like, if I masterwork further, we're going to be absolutely sending Torment 3 Belial, right? Damn. That's cool. That's really cool. So obviously now the road to power would be masterworking this for maximum resource, masterworking this for maximum resource, right? Alone that. Getting a Ram Aladdin's with the 0.5 instead of the 0.31. Because then you would be getting 1.4% more damage per point of resource. And since we have almost 300 resource right now, you would be getting 420% damage multiplicative more. So that's kind of nice. We're at 294. And with 294, I can still drink my... Here, what was it? Elixir of Resourcefulness, right? We could juice it up to 319. And then if I masterwork the Magnum Opus, if I masterwork the Ring further, if we get a greater affix maximum resource Shard of Varathiel, you're sitting like almost at 400 resource. That's kind of nice. I like that. Yeah, I mean, right now, masterwork wise, we only have this 8 times masterwork, 4 times. We don't, like, you know, we don't have this masterwork. We don't, like, here. There is so much. We don't have this as a maximum percentage. This is 100 instead of 150%. Yeah. There's still, like, the room for growth right now is pretty substantial. The aspects are maxed out. Apart, like, okay, we're missing 40% damage here from the aspect. That's a lot too. This one is maxed out with 118, so that's amazing. The inner calm could go higher. I mean, like, considering what we have here right now, I feel pretty damn accomplished, right? Again, though, if this would be your first character, your power curve will be different. So I know, like, Barbarian is definitely, as a first character, a no-go, right? The only reason why we're so strong is because we have this almost max rolled, the aspect of Moonrise from our other characters. We have the aspect of adaptability max rolled. I don't think if you have high adaptability and Moonrise, you want to play Barb. Anyone else agree, disagree? Like that's just straight A tier clear to me. If you spend the rest of those Paragon points, yeah, like, obviously I can spend the rest of the Paragon points, like, right now to get the next one. It would also be easier if I have my glyphs, right? I have 2 out of 5 glyphs active. So that is also easier. I just don't spend the Paragon points in the beginning as it's an unrealistic power curve, right? We're trying to keep it real. Right, obviously I could just spend the rest of the Paragon points. And would instantly be stronger. Could someone please, like, put the heart in so I don't have to put 3 hearts in? Like, don't make me put 3 hearts in. That's, like, just cruel. Just get a GA Penguin Juice. You want the GA basic skills, as far as I'm aware, and the attack speed, because you need to be 100% attack speed if possible. And since the build works with Lunging Strike attacking as fast as possible, you want to have the 100% attack speed to attack as fast as possible. So right now, like, with the power scaling, I think the road to Torment 4 is actually not that hard. So gotta say, like, very, very intriguing going forward with the Barb. But again, not as your first character, right? But Barb is this season an enthusiast character. If you want to have fun with these strikes, right? If you want to have fun with Lunging Strike, do it as a second or third char. And I don't know, how many chars do you do per season, chat? Do you even do a second or third char? Or is that nothing you engage in? You should do 2, 1. Yeah, I do all of them. I like that attitude. Oh no, I'm out of resource. How do I get my resource back to attack, chat? Terrible feeling. What happens if you're out of resource? Benares, you say realistic. I mean, Benares, obviously I have other characters. Obviously I have Paragon points. It's not 100%, but the power curve display is the power curve display. I think you're not too dense to understand what I mean when I say with a realistic power curve. And we're trying to recreate the journey of a player. Why do you attack with one-hand weapons? So you press S and then you can go on your skill and you can select what weapon you want to use. So right now I want my Lunging Strike to use the Shot of Varathiel and the Magnum Opus, because if it's not using the Magnum Opus, then you're not using the Magnum Opus. So if I now go for S and select the bludgeoning weapon, then I attack with the bludgeoning weapon, but that would then not use the Ramaladin, so I do less damage. Okay? You want to swap that over to the dual wield. That's how you're doing it. I hope that made sense. That's how you generally play. Barbarian, choosing the right weapon for the skill. Unless your skill says you need a certain weapon, because there are skills that say, like, I need a bludgeoning weapon to work, right? Then you need to use your bludgeoning weapon. Requires any complete arsenal weapon, requires slashing weapon, requires arsenal weapon. Arsenal weapon, like, it literally says on the skills what you need, right? Requires a two-handed weapon for upheaval to work, dual wield weapon for double swing, slashing weapon, and so on, right? About the weapon for the build, I currently use the Ugly Bastard's helmet for the Wrath of the Berserker cooldown reduction. Yeah, mostly. Also, your direct damage is converted into fire damage, and then you deal 60% increased fire damage, so it's actually a decent boost. Right? Good, chat. I'd say that was good Barbarian Day 1. But we'll be having to end the stream now to make the tier list that I promised you. So tomorrow is either Barbarian or more Druid. One of the two. I haven't decided yet. But that was your first look at it. In this video, I'll put the planner as soon as I have the planner created. Okay. So have an eye out for the planner. I am done for today. So thank you for coming, watching, lurking, and chatting. Questions? Just ask under the YouTube videos. I'll answer your comments there too. Until then, until tomorrow, take care. And I wish you a great, fantastic night with the new patch. And we'll then see tomorrow what they actually broke with the new patch, okay? See you then.